Hello, Shagathon on here. Welcome back to Dwarf Fortress here on the 5th of January 2023, local time 1704. We tired boys up in here today. I am very tired today, but I'm okay. Did not get enough sleep last night. Let's talk about where we left off because I got plans. We left off last time with me testing our fun little toy here, the Diluvian machine, which is now completely full of water, but it's not full enough. I decided I wanted some more. So we're gonna make that happen, and I had a plan on how I wanted to do that. I think what I'll do is actually just expand right around here, but we gotta figure out what the size of it's gonna be. So I'm gonna add 2 more layers to it. That's the first part. The second part, the second part to it, actually, let me think. Because there's a couple ways I can handle the screw pumps. I don't have to go back and forth. I know what I'm going to do. Okay. Sorry, I had to think about that. We're going to add 2 more layers to this thing now. And we're going to try to pressurize it a little bit. I don't know how well it's going to work. So, YOLO. What we're gonna do is on the upper layer, we're gonna just make this aqueduct thing go directly into the side and have screw pumps right there on the edge. It's a little hard to explain, but I think that might allow it to be more pressurized. By allowing the water to flow down this way, it's losing a lot of that pressure. But if the screw pumps are kind of directly on the wall, maybe it will cause it to be more pressurized. That's the idea. Someone in my YouTube comments on one of the videos I put up, one of the short videos that I put up on the Diluvian machine, was talking about trying to get it more pressurized. And that was kind of the general idea that I got from it. So if we're going to go up 2 more layers, one thing we're going to need are stairs. So we'll just go right here and we'll build these up. So this is where they are before. We're going to go up twice more. No access. What? We're on the floor. There we go. I must have been on the wrong Z level. And we'll use these marble blocks to get up there. We're also going to want to queue up some limestone blocks, which I think I did. I said make 50. Let's go ahead and queue up 75. We already made some of them. Let's queue up more because we're going to need a lot here. And let's unpause the game. So we're going to focus heavily on getting this thing expanded. We're going into the autumn, which is where the freeze is going to happen in mid-autumn. So once we hit that autumn freeze, it's perfect to be chopping this thing open and continuing. But before we get to that, we'll go ahead and get this section started, basically. So what it should be is, this is the slope, so this should now be a slope. So be in R for ramp, and we'll go ahead and put in ramps all around the sides here, because that's still valid. We're not going to be removing that. So let's go ahead and put in ramps there with limestone blocks. And I really hope they can build these blocks quickly enough, because we're going to be waiting for a while to get this thing working. In the new version, that is. So we're actually going to do this construction without draining it or anything too, which is going to be quite fun indeed. All right, so this part's going to be the most troublesome, I think, and we might have to wait on the freeze. We stopped the screw pumps, so this water is just going to do its thing. But we're going to have to be able to crack this open and build upward. And we're going to have to rebuild some of the aqueduct. So what I'm thinking is we can get to the point where we can like pop this stuff open and build up. And then I'm going to build, I'll have to go over like 2 more. And I'm just going to maybe push the water to the left, go up, and then go up again, right into the wall where we're going to be building the new stuff. I don't know if that makes sense yet, but I think it's going to work out. We don't need to keep going back and forth. That was kind of the initial pump stack. It doesn't really need to be as much of a stack anymore, if that makes sense. So they're already putting our ramps in. I'm going to put in a few floors with limestone blocks. We'll need that to get the corner walls in place. And then once the corner walls are in place, we can actually start the next layer already. Very quick. Now that I think about it, we are going to get a lot of limestone blocks back. So that's going to be helpful too. Why is someone, Alright. Sorry about that. Wait a minute. I do that almost every time, don't I? It goes on the far outsides. I am sometimes not the best. Alright, now we can do it. Had to take a sneeze break there. Love it. So for here, we've already got a couple walls in place. That's going to be nice. I'm counting on the freeze to basically get rid of... allow us to get rid of that water there. We can just chop it out. And we should be in good shape. So we're going to leave these stairs. It's going to be a little bit cumbersome for a minute, but I think we'll manage. Now, with any luck, they're already building the floors. Someone's already queued up those floors. What did I do? Oh, that's a ramp. It's like, what is happening? Alrighty, we good. We really good. So we can kind of cheat a little bit. Oh no, we can't. So this is now going to be another layer that's full, and this is going to be the new top layer. Yeah, we can't quite cheat until we have access all the way up, and we don't have access all the way up. That's the problem. So it's fine. No need to get into a rush. But we are starting to get the walls going into place. And yeah, I think we're good. We're gonna have to get rid of this once it's time, and I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm a little bit concerned. Let's hope nothing bad happens. I had some accidents deconstructing the scaffolding around the pump stack housing. It wasn't good. I think we might be better here, so we'll find out. Alrighty. My dudes are building all the good stuff. And it's time for these last walls. And we only have 18 blocks. And we're going to need a lot more than that. And we're only in midsummer, so... although we are moving closer and closer to that winter, of course, or the freeze and everything, although we may be moving closer... Wait a minute, what's happening? Oh, okay. They didn't get those in place quite yet. But I will babysit as I discuss what I'm trying to say. If I can remember what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, although we are getting closer to that freeze, it's still about 2 months out. So we're going to be waiting a little bit to get there. And at least the frame rate is better, so we'll get there a little bit more quickly, but still going to be a bit of a wait. Are you building that side wall? Good for you, buddy. Now we can get up here, and we could start doing some ramps as well. Like, I guess I just go ahead and do this. Right here. Can I just go all the way across? Does a ramp need to be supported? I wouldn't think so. Ah, wait, I need 21. We need 9 plus 10, I mean, excuse me. What's wrong with me? Alright, please get the outer wall. Yep, good. No! I missed this one. I didn't babysit it hard enough. And then see how they dropped this? Because he was literally coming up here to build it, and he's like, oh, I can't now. So now we have to wait on a miner to get up here, deconstruct the wall, build the outer wall. We'll resume after that, because we need to wait. Then we'll go ahead and rebuild that inner wall. Oh, so much fun when you miss that. Are we looking on ramps? Let's go. Perfect. We might as well, you know, get them started. Oh, you know why they're not digging this? Probably because my best guess is I gave them some orders to dig out like huge floors. If we go to our main stairwell, we may actually see that still happening. Stuff like that. Yeah, and those were all priority 2. So we'd be waiting a while if I didn't handle that appropriately. Should I zoom way out next time I activate it? Zoom out like this and just watch it spread. We'll try to get it activated today. We'll have to make it through to the spring at bare minimum. Good news is that the... Wait, we had another leak? How? That's all sealed. I'm very curious what caused that. After I spent all that time fixing up these floors, now look. That's terrible. It's a very minor leak. I have no clue what that's from. I would think it could be from this corner, but we've patched it up. You know, let's pretend it didn't happen and hopefully we don't flood ourselves. Oh, what's wrong with me? Oh, we need another floor now, don't we? Yeah, so we have this... These are all unusable because there's nothing that it's linking to, but that's fine. Now, just to get it out of the way... Beautiful music. Thank you, game. You building it? Oh, you're going up there. So good news is we can get rid of this stairwell when we're ready. So we just needed to link up to this new stairwell once it's ready. And they're actually making some good progress on it. Still not in place. I would activate this to get someone on the way, but they won't actually path because they won't do it because there's no path yet. Queen? Nope. Oh, it is a queen, yeah. 2 crowns? I got you. I got you. You got 2 rock crowns. Go for it. It's my favorite kind of crown. Cool, we got that in place. Now we'll resume that. Waiting for construction. You're taking that... Oh, it's actually the same piece. Perfect. Alright, now we only have 10 blocks. We need to definitely start carving this out. And this one's going to be a bit of a pain. We also need to carve this out. I really want to wait for the freeze to do it because I don't want the blocks to end up in the water. And I have a plan, an idea basically. So we're probably going to suspend construction at a point before we get much further. And it's perfectly fine. Alright, so basically I will save the roof and whatever we're going to have to do to this, I will save that for the freeze. And then we'll use these tiles to build our new rooftop because it's going to be a lot of it. It's not going to be all of it, but it's going to be most of it. I waited a little bit. Let's hope we can do this. Ooh, exactly 21. Wow. All right. Let's take a look at our aminals. Let's sort by name. That's going to help. We have a few too many doe rabbits. I don't want to do it, but problem. I really don't like doing it. So I had a thing in ChatGPT where I was curious if it could come up with a better name for the Diluvian machine. Diluvian machine was my name that I came up with, but I was curious what it would find. Maybe I would go with something else. So I thought about it and I gave it, a prompt and I'm like, yo, here's what I'm doing. Do you have a good name for it? And it asks, it comes up with a couple that are not too bad, right? But I didn't like any of them nearly as much as the Diluvian machine, so that's what we've gone and stuck with. But I bring that up because the chat can be ongoing and you can go pull up old chats and continue them. So I went to it, I asked a couple other questions that were unrelated, and then I got to a point where I talked about, I added another section to the chat and I was like, hey, I had to, basically butcher a bunch of animals because it was, hurting my frame rate. And I feel bad about it, but I feel like it's such a significant event that I'd like a name for it. And it comes up, I didn't specify any animals or anything, but it comes up with a few, like, you know, kind of serious names, like the mass calling or something like that. I'm like, okay, you know, that's fine. I jokingly was calling it Operation Save the FPS. But my favorite is like, or you could come up with some more humorous names. And I forgot what the first one was, something about a hamster. The second one was the pork apocalypse. And I'm like, see, this is it. Like, I don't think the AI knows how funny it is to read that as just an initial, like, you ask an AI, what do we call this? Pork apocalypse. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you. Like, it's so weird just seeing an AI spit that out, but it's kind of hilarious because it's so unexpected. It's like, okay, you're onto something there. I like it. Yeah, too many buffaloes here, by the way. But yeah, I do feel bad about this. I don't like... I'm never going to take animals again. I don't want to have to deal with the population issue. We're going to get to tear all those stairs down. Free limestone blocks. I like it. I don't know how much... I don't think we have a lot of blocks yet, so let's stall for time a little bit. Oh, snap. We were fighting a troglodyte. And I don't even see where it happened. I got to the point where I ignore a lot of those combat alerts. I guess we're fine. We have like a troglodyte corpse in here. Yeah, we do. Wow. We have 3 of them. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. When did we start fighting troglodytes? And that concerns me, so let's go check on this entrance here. A pool of troglodyte blood. What's this guy doing? Collecting silk, probably. We need to wall off safe sections of the cavern before I'm willing to just have people wandering around down here. We can even queue up some dig orders to help with that. So we can say, chop this up. And this, maybe chop that up if you can. There's gonna be a collapse. Yeah, they'll just end up being a little bit of a collapse. That'll be fun. I hope no one dies. Should I cancel the orders? Maybe. Actually, no, it may not collapse. It may be connected to other things. All this stuff in here we could basically chop up, mine that out of the way, and this is going to be tricky to effectively seal off a usable, like a good usable section down here. Whoa, we found magma. Obsidian. So this is up, this is Z level -2. We go down a Z level, we have warm walls. That's magma. And that explains why there's obsidian above. Let's go up here if we can. Can we get up there? No. Dig this out and make a ramp. And then go up here. Channel that... Oops, not there. Channel that middle tile out right there once you have access. And let's see this magma. Let's hope we don't have a casualty come out of that. That would be unfortunate. Yo, let's get that magma. Immediately jumps into it. You know, it's still summer. You don't need warmth that badly. Let's head back up here and take a look at our progress. Cool. We can probably put in a big old beefy wall right here. Yeah, good. We got lots of walls. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Live it, laugh it, love it. No, not enough. Well, that's good. It's going to link up to our stairs here. Let's go back down here and let's see. Oh, they're working on this now. Yep, that would be magma. A 7-7 pool of magma right there. This opens up the possibility to do things like a magma forge. It's slightly animated. That's cool. I mean, it makes sense, but this opens up possibilities for like the magma forge now, where we don't need fuel. We don't need to use like the bituminous coal and stuff to smelt things or whatever. Did they cancel because it was dangerous? No? It's like someone was going to do the channeling and then they walked away. The giant Olm. "33 years old. We get a squad on that? Let's get our first squad here and send a kill order on that thing. It's about to get spicy. I don't think we'll have any trouble killing it. Not with a full trained squad. Where are they? They should be ready to go. Here we go. Squad is here. Did it just leave the map? It straight up just left the map. What a jerk. All right. It's like they took just long enough. Perfect timing. Oh, I didn't read how many we have. Cool. We'll get these last few ramps in. We can actually rip this open and work on these upper levels. We can't really work down here without flooding a little bit, but we can start our work up here. It's really quite simple. We go over. So this is a new layer. It's kind of already built for free a little bit. We're ripping the floor out, so that's like negative building materials in a way. Giant cave toad. And it is our Duchess, which is interesting. Yeah, these caves are going to be a bit worse than I expected. Why are we getting all kinds of things messing with us now? Yo, are you winning? Yo, this cave toad's getting jacked up. Our Duchess is going ham. The cave toad is now nauseous and vomiting. Yeah. That one was surprising. And it's over now. Ooh. Yo, they just chopped the feet off and everything. Jeez, you guys are nuts. It's mangled and mutilated. Yeah, I think so. Oh, they chopped the head off. Wow. Well, it did get spicy. So the troglodytes are somewhere in here, I guess. And as I mentioned, we're going to need to consider how to make this safe. I don't want to allow any potential dangers to get out of here. Where is this miner going? Collect webs. Okay, good for you. No. Build the right thing. Yeah, the only thing that would have been maybe a slightly better move on this would be if I ever wanted to switch materials. Rather switch what we're dumping from water to maybe something a little spicier. We won't be able to do that. Limestone is not magma safe. Okay, so this is where I'm interested in kind of... How do we do this? I want my last pumps to be right here, going directly into this wall. Actually, no. Here, this is a new Z layer. This is a new Z layer. All right, we'll go up one more. Because I need to get another pump. I could go down a layer and then pump back here. But no, we'll go up one more layer to here. And then we'll punch in directly into a wall. So I think it's going to make sense once we actually see it Right now, a little hard to explain exactly what I'm gonna do. And we're still gonna get a lot of blocks back for free, basically. It's gonna take a while to deconstruct, though. As for this thing... Oh, crap. That poses a slight problem, then. That's better. Because we need to be able to go up yet again. But for now, we could do a disassemble on this and put a wall in place. Because we definitely don't want that hole to be there. Please, no one get killed. They're all taking these stairs and we're about to disassemble them at the same time. Ooh, an iron crossbow has a name now. Good for them. Some are taking those stairs. That's good. Looking for a miner to show up. Here we go. Let's hope no one's gonna be on those stairs when they're removed. Good. Alright, it's gonna take a while, so let's not wait around for it. Let's work on this last layer. So, new. This has to be walls. And then we put floors on top. No, so it's still ramps. We still do need the ramps, now that I think about it. Are you stuck here? What's your deal, dude? No? They're just chilling. I guess it doesn't have to be ramps, but for uniformity, it does. So, unfortunately, this floor is going to stay here. This floor is not, but I can't remove it yet. So it's a bit of a waiting game. Cat child is sparring. Is that a human? Like, or a humanoid? A cat person? Because the game has the concept of kittens. Just a random echidna spine laying over there. Well, this is doing quite well. This one, not so much. Too much wool. Too much wool and hair. B, N, H, capital H, K, capital K. Let's build another track stop there. And we'll put like hair and stuff in this one to allow this to keep emptying out better. Custom. So it's going to be under refuse, and it's going to be hair / wool. Yeah. And I will forget about it, unless you're building it right now. Yeah, you are. Dude, it's so much faster with the frame rate not being 9. Oh, no, you're not. Never mind. Well, it's still so much better. Look at how not rotten that stuff is. It's amazing. So the new route is going to be quantum hair and wool. We're going to add this right here. Assign a minecart that's not in use. It's going to be refuse, hair and wool. It's going to take from that stockpile. Click each of these once, and then move them to where they go to the left. And dip this to 75, even though it seems like it works either way. And there we have it. Another quantum stockpile ready. They can unload that stuff. And we are moving into autumn very, very soon. Bloodstone. Cool. It's a Judas Priest song. Any sign of flooding here? Not really, no. Okay, I was literally just thinking about this a few moments ago, and it keeps happening. So we're going to go to this first squad, and we're going to say equip, update equipment. No? Assign uniform. Free choice. Update equipment. Except you're going to go with the garbage, aren't you? This is why I was like, we need to go ahead and do it before they keep saying, we want bad equipment. And I'm going to have to go manually babysit some of them and say, get something better. Get steel. See, they are putting steel on now. But that's not what I want it to be. What now? No, why? It's weird. Because a moment ago something popped up and then there was nothing in here. I didn't think there was, at least. We made crowns earlier. It says 1 of 3 right now, but it wasn't there a few moments ago. Like, was that from the existing fulfillment? I have no idea. But whatever. Alright, plug up that hole. You can even see it right here if we turn ramps off especially. No leaks for me. Let's put these last floors in. Well, the last ones. This is the last layer we're going to build up. Oh, there's a big old bird right there. Maybe we'll get another funny incident. Did not have planned for that eagle. It was beautiful though. As a recap, if you're interested, we were building this. It was way back, more like on this level or so. We had a dwarf right around in this area chopping down a tree. I noticed an eagle flying around over here. I was like, hey, cool, eagles are great. They used to be my favorite bird when I was a kid. I admired it for a moment, looked at its, you know, description and everything, and then I unpaused the game. It flew to the left. The tree collapsed. It killed the dwarf. It also managed to hit the eagle. The eagle ends up getting smushed onto the ground, and this is kind of funny to, like, you couldn't have planned it, you know? I feel bad for the eagle, but you couldn't have planned it. No, we need 27. No, who is it now? Okay, it's a ban, I don't care. Can I say individual choice steel in the uniform? Because that would be what I really want. Either way, they're much more outfitted than they used to be. At least that squad. Well, you're wearing copper and... No, it's... I just don't think we have enough steel yet, because we're still working on it. We're still working on it. Yeah, you have steel mail, which is good. You have some biscuits in your backpack. Oh, I pressed B and L right as that happened. B for build, N for construction, L for wall. Yo, my neck is stiff. It keeps popping. Like, it's great, but also, bro, why is my neck so stiff? So we have made it into early autumn. The freeze is getting ever closer. Literally could not be... Oh yeah, that's what threw me off. Literally could not be happier about that freeze. Oh, you're the guy that kept making a scene. Coffin, and another coffin, and engrave for Cyril. Really like this part of the music. We have a name on the song, Mountain Home. So B and then furniture, so BF and then X. You can kind of remember X because, like, I don't know, people get X's over their eyes when they die or something. We'll pick a coffin there. We'll pause so it doesn't get auto-assigned. We'll hit Z for zone. We'll go to tomb. Click on that square, accept. And now we'll click to specify. And we find Cyril there. And we're good. And now we look for someone to do the engraving. It's already done. So BFL. I don't know why slab is L, but it is. Select material. Cyril. There it is. Cyril now has a slab and a coffin. You're not going to be haunting us. Where did that extra water come from and why? It's bothering me. I don't need to do all that. I mean, I want to, but I don't need to. Actually, it may already be placed. Not quite, but they're moving. No, that's the smoothers. I was gonna say they're moving this way. I see someone moving slow. No. Yeah, you're constructing. They're putting his teeth in there. What happened? In memory of Cyril Ledaloc, born 79, succumbed to infection, slain by the dwarf Coulette Abbey Cloudy in the year 111, slayer of humans, loving husband, friend of sheep. Well, that friend of sheep part made me sad. Sheep are cool. Coulette Abbey Cloudy. What? Do we have one by that name? Coulette, this ranger. We have two of them. We have a mace lord. That's you. Why did you do it? One kill, Cyril. You did it. Did they stir up trouble? No one's reported it as an issue. It's not something we need to investigate. They may have stirred up trouble and they got into a fight and then that was it. We'll accept it as something that was just going to happen. How are we looking on those blocks? 9. Damn it. I'd really like to finish this bad boy up. This is way better than what I was doing before. If you watch the other sessions, it took way longer to do anything. We are, once again, we're getting really close to the Great Freeze. That's a lot of mud there, of course. I'd love to be able to do some filling here in the early autumn, but we're not going to be able to get all this set up in time. And then we'll have some spillage in a way in places that I don't want it. I don't want blocks to end up inside of this. I want to keep it nice and clean. But you know, it's been a few moments, so we'll do this business here. Oh, come on. You gotta be yanking my chain. Yeah, I don't see Cat Child or anything again. That was so bizarre. Yeah, we buried him pretty quickly. Don't think it's anything to worry about anymore. Surely they've built a couple more now. What? Are y'all building other rock stuff? What's happening? Are you not getting the limestone you need? There is limestone here. What? Did they, what? I just set it to like 100 earlier. There's no way we did that. Each craft makes like 4 of them, right? Make 200. That would explain why we weren't getting any progress. We can cheese a little bit out of this. It's gonna take ages though. Actually, no, it's limestone block, it says. We have a caravan. Always fun. And get these nice roads now. They're not really following them, but this works too. No more inaccessible sites for me. At least I hope not. Traction? Yep, 2 traction. Oh, okay. You guys kidding me? Well, I guess they're starting on the blocks now. I know they're already doing it, but I'm like, do it faster. I know they're already allocated. This guy's working on some. Now we want to watch here and see. There should be 4 blocks after these rock salt. I really had a hard time believing that we already made those 100 that I ordered and used them, because then that would have been 400 blocks. I have a hard time believing we used that many already. Maybe we did. This guy is still working on them. Okay, look at that. We have 4 blocks that showed up down here at the bottom of the list. So that does confirm, once again, that it's 4 blocks at a time. Damn it. It's okay. I think they can diagonally move up here now. Because I want to remove that stair, of course. I also want to remove these. I have 7. It's already the 17th? How? Alright, that caravan has shown up. Let's move stuff to the depot. And look at that, it took a while, it lagged. Bone. We have lots of amulets. Giant cave toad bone. There we go, it's worth a bit. Let's just hand over like a lot of these amulets because we have so many. That's 1. We don't need the body parts, but maybe bracelets. These are basically just crafts, right? These are the bone crafts. I've been like, yo, we have too many bones, make some stuff out of them. Crowns are currently prohibited. So, as much as I'd like to do that, that's a no. Dog bone, cat bone, sheep bone, goat bone, water buffalo bone, reindeer bone, llama bone, alpaca bone, elk bird bone, and giant cave toad bone earrings. Figurines of a jellyfish. Lots of figurines of people that we recognize from our civilization, from our fortress. Ubal fortune treasures, one of our gods. It may not seem like it, but we've marked a lot of items. It's actually not great because they're going to take a while to move all of this. What's that scepter worth? 75. How many items? 551 items that they're going to have to move individually. Wait, what mandate? That's not crowns, yeah. It's like only the queen can remove that. So now, like, almost everyone in the fort's probably going to start hauling things up here. It'll take a little bit to get it up here. I'd like these guys to keep working on the rock blocks. Look at all this activity. This is the people moving stuff up there. Just as I said, it was going to be pretty busy. We've moved almost 100 items. We need to not waste too much time in getting the broker there, because the caravan will want to leave. Pigtail seeds. Yeah, let's try to buy some. Oof! Births are happening. Gotta keep that under control. Animal population's way down. How about that? Well, we've done almost 200 items now. Yeah, no one's going to build this either. I think they're going to prioritize the hauling. Who are you? You a visitor? You're one of mine. She's uneasy after seeing the goblin, the poet Stasost Seerdoomed of the Unbridled Hell's dead body. She's uneasy after seeing the old man Atta Notchleap's dead body. Where? Down here? Atta and Us. Yeah, I think that was it. Oh, what mandate now? 3 slabs. I think it's a little bit of progress on the blocks, though. That's what I like to see. Let's go ahead and request the broker and what the rest of these guys. So there's actually enough dwarves right now that the rest of these 170 items, we could have every single dwarf haul a single thing and we're good. We have excess even. So now they're probably already starting to work on different things. Some of them are probably starting to build again because there's no more allocations of moving items. And we'll wait just a little bit longer, let them get some stuff here, and we will trade. I am a little concerned that we're going to over-encumber them. I don't know how much these things weigh. You would think amulets and bracelets and earrings and stuff are not terribly heavy, but it's a lot of them. And if I queue up high value from them, I am concerned that, you know, we'll have to get rid of a lot of things to make up for it. All right, the last 33 items. Yeah, how's it been over an hour? I don't get this game. Just wild. All right, we have lots and lots of... Oh yeah, that's worth a lot. Okay. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of stuff here. We want to buy anything? Or, well, any of these bars? Not right now. None of these blocks are speaking to me. Maybe the rough gems, we can cut those. The cheaper water skins. I don't know about the horse leather one. Couple toy boats. Like donkeys and stuff, but we need to be careful with livestock. Now this is what I'm interested in. Dwarven beer. Dwarven beer, dwarven wine. Dwarven wine. Wine. Ale. Beer. No buckets for us. If we have any good steel weapons, I'll probably grab one. But I'm not seeing any. Steel weapons and stuff are pretty expensive, by the way. A steel crossbow, I'll take that. It's one we don't have to make. And I'll take these training weapons. They're cheap and they're useful. That one's not so cheap. Steel mail, that's one I don't have to make. Steel low boot. Those are things that I have queued up, but I won't have to make. Same with the shield. A couple steel helms. The gauntlets. So pigtail seeds, sweet pods. Dimple cups. Any steel bolts? No. These are cut gems. I don't really care. Don't need another anvil. We could make one on our own. Do I want the meat? Not really. We have plenty. I will take the plump helmets and all the fruit and stuff. I'll take the thread. The steel greaves. Probably a lot of these backpacks as well. Maybe all of them. What's that for? Yeah, only 147. We'll take some of these quivers. None of these are actually needed. These are trap things that I'm not using right now. A plectrum. That would be a fancy name for something like a guitar pick. You can call it a plectrum. Take a few of these parchment sheets. None of them are terribly expensive, so boom. Now figurines and amulets and scepters and rings and earrings and bracelets. Trade. Very happy. Awesome. They got a bit of a good profit there. Now I don't have to actually get any of that back because we sold everything. There's nothing to move from the depot. If I look for bone, nothing should show up. It's only new things. Alpaca bone figurine of a brown recluse spider. Whoa. I gotta see that. It's probably in one of these. The item is an image of a brown recluse spider, an alpaca bone by Tekad Onelbomrek. I didn't know brown recluses were in this game. I'm not surprised, I guess, because everything's in this game. We'll go ahead and put a floor here to make sure, but I think they could just go diagonally. One wasted floor is not the end of the world. Resume that construction. Oh wait, no, suspend it. We need walls all across here. I don't know if we have enough to do this. I'm just gonna go a little ways. Oh, we did. Cool. Well, moving into mid-autumn in just a couple of days, it is time for the freeze to start really kicking in. Someone's got a fancy mood. The Boyer, so is it one of my... No? Yeah, you're not in a squad or anything. I slept in a bedroom. This could be bliss. That's one of the places where the game starts to break down a little bit. Most people in real life would not be that excited about sleeping in a bedroom, unless you've had a pretty rough life. It seems weird for them to be that excited about something that should just be expected. So he's already working on it. What did he claim? Oh, a Boyer's workshop, of course. He's a Boyer after all. Cancel that and deconstruct that. Because those line up with the pump stacks, or with the pumps. Now it's not even much of a fall. That gives me great relief. You know what I think? Well, I need to be careful. I was going to say, I think we could probably just get rid of all of these stairs in one go, but I think we should be cautious on doing that. Some of the miners may decide they want to stand on the stairs, on this top rack, like set of stairs. And another one may be on the outer one, and they may disassemble the one that they're standing on. We got to be careful about that. Hopefully it's someone nearby getting this. I don't want to babysit it, but I will if I have to. I guess whatever. The queen wants probably more crowns. Wait, we're already making some. No, we need 2 more. Yeah, the orders are getting mixed in. For some reason, it's like they sometimes forget about the order. And I'm still making some of that order, so then they start up a new one, and it partially fills the new one, even though I didn't do it. So, I've seen something else. There was one discussion that I had read about before from years ago, which seemed like the trees were growing into each other. If we look at the like upper sections of like the branches and stuff, the leaves, sometimes 2 trees do look somewhat intertwined, right? So that was a discussion from probably 2015 or so, where people were like, ah, my dwarf died cutting a tree down. How do I stop this? Someone in one of my comments today or yesterday or something basically said that one of the things that is probably happening is that logs are getting caught in the branches of another tree. So a tree itself is not the concern. Like the tree you're chopping is not the concern. It is the logs that fall into that tree and are then suspended by that tree, such that once you chop the tree down, those logs come collapsing, basically. They can cause the damage, and they are what cause the kills. My understanding. He's still working, okay. Alright, so if we're good here... Yeah, if we're good here, then I'm gonna go ahead and start working on this roof. A cedar crossbow, cool. Not good. Would rather it be a steel one. They can get sad now if I take it away from them. Oh my god, why? Sarvesh has a new demand. It's not demanding goods. Yeah, you want a stupid brass armor stand in dining room. Yo, we don't have brass. I forgot how to make brass. It's not just an ore, is it? I think it's like an alloy, right? But we'll check a couple of the different ores. Sphalerite is zinc, I remember that. Let's just check our quantum stockpile. Limonite is iron. Tetrahedrite, malachite, we kind of know what those are. Horn silver should just be silver, yeah. I know with a name like that, but I was making sure it wasn't something goofy. Galena is it silver? Yeah, cassiterite, I can't remember what that is. It's not brass though. So I think brass is an alloy. Can we go in here and... Requires fuel. I noticed they were making charcoal, so we're low on fuel, I guess. Use bars or ore. That's actually useful, so... Can still use both, that's good. Native aluminum. Alright, make brass bars. Let's queue it up a few times. And let's come back out here and keep the progress going. We are officially in mid-autumn. I don't see any ice on the map right now. Usually it starts over here, but it usually starts around the Ides of mid-autumn, around the 15th. get that back for free. Because we're still going to get a floor in place. Alright, so now up here, we're getting some rumors. I like that. Merchants are leaving. Good for them. Yeah, they're running low on coal and stuff. I assume we're doing okay with wood. I think it's probably one of those cases where things just ran a bit low. And that happens, right? I should have everything in place for them to keep making things on their own without me babysitting it right now. Yeah, we were running into that problem a few minutes ago when I couldn't make the brass. Not exactly a surprise. And we've got the freeze, which is exactly what I wanted. So, first thing, we need to remove all of this. So mine, remove. This is ice. We'll cut into that ice. I don't really want any ice here right now, I don't think. Yeah, this part's going to be a little annoying to get the first bit set up. And it's going to get better. One of the things we're going to have to do here is hop in like that. They should be able to do that from the ramp. You walk all the way back now. I'm thirsty. Yeah, what we want is for them to carve out this ice first. And then they'll be able to get all of this. An iron crossbow. Well, it's better than, like, copper, or... Specifically, it's better than something like, oh, like some crappy wood. Alright, so we're doing good up here now. Let's get rid of those. And this is where things get a little more interesting now. We can get rid of all these floors. I'm going to do it like this. Actually, I should have done 2 at a time, because I can go from both sides. Now see, this is where I'm talking about we get all our blocks back, for the most part. Yeah, they're triple stacking them and stuff. Beautiful. Now, if they could just stand on that, then we're safe to do all of it. I had to make sure that it wasn't going to go down a Z layer and cause some problems. A Z level. So now we're going to do B in... nope. B and R for ramp. I did floor. We're going to ramp that. None of these blocks count. Maybe people are already hauling them. Alright, so let's put a ramp in there. And that's going to take care of this layer. And then up here, we're going to need to leave this open. Because we're going to need to get in here and put screw pumps. No, actually we kind of don't. What is that? That was there before, and it threw me off. I don't know. It's gone. Yeah. I saw that once before, and I'm like, why is that there? I don't know if it was that exact spot, but I saw something like that somewhere. Alright. So we'll leave a gap because we do need to put screw pumps. We need to, well, it's not screw pumps. We need to put the we need to put the gears and stuff, right? So we'll get to that in a minute. So now we're gonna do B. A Rentagal, a jagged walnut wood bow. He offers it to the English tours. That's not what I wanted. The highest quality, it's worth 7,700, encrusted with oval onyx cabacons decorated with reindeer bone and alpaca wool and encircled with bands of walnut wood and round magnetite cabacons. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in slate and an image of tetrahedra in onyx. On the item is an image of Ablel Tomveiled, the dwarf, and a cave spider silk cloth in white jade. Ablel Tomveiled is raising the cave spider silk cloth. The artwork relates to the masterful cave spider silk cloth created by the dwarf Ablel Tomveiled for the Anguished tours at Ironclears in the early autumn of 110. Very specific, but cool. Like, if that's what you guys are proud of, then go for it. Alright, B in F. Let's get a lot of floors in here. How about that? Do we have enough? 575. We do not have enough. $200 is not enough either. Oh, please. Yes. Off by 2. So this is our new actual ceiling. And we'll build a new little thing here where we get the screw pumps in. I think I'm going to tear this wall down. Because we're going to have to be able to get inside here. We'll see why. We'll see how it looks. One moment. Gotta sneeze. Alright, sorry about that. So, I want BMP for some screw pumps. I want to put one right here. We'll make it out of limestone blocks. And I want to put another one right here. Open space. This still needs to stay open. I guess I put a floor in there and I didn't realize it. Okay. So now we actually want to remove this here, and this here. Right? We need a place to pull. Oops. It's fine. It's not fine. That wheelbarrow just fall down? That's kind of nuts. Alright, what did I mess up? So the first part is if I let a cave-in happen up above, which it looks like I did. Yeah, all that's fine. Okay. Yeah, if I let that happen up above, I think it just broke through that next tile. Is the guy just knocked out? I think he was. Healthy and winded. Did he actually... Oh, his lung is bruised, yeah. My bad, buddy. Accidents happen, though, right? So here... We don't get rid of this? I gotta make sure the ramps are good. I think they are. Those are ice floors, I understand. I don't care about that spot, but I do care about this spot. What now? That ice collapsed? Nothing broke. Yeah, of course it collapsed. It was suspended. Ooh, I hope they clean that up, but it's on the ice, so they probably won't. Smooth it. Let's see how that looks. Alright, BMG, back to this. Oh, whoops. BMP. Limestone blocks. BMG. Down here. And there. BM lowercase a. And I've been using hazel for everything. Now, how did that brass go? Was that where it was? It went. We have a oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. I don't know if I miscounted. It's hard when you're scrolling to tell if you're not duplicating. So with that, you want a brass armor stand. I almost said statue. How do we make that? Do we go over here? And we say, furniture, brass, armor stand. This level ice floor. That's the smoothed ice. I hope this gear doesn't collapse. I'm gonna suspend it. A copper short sword, really? You had to pick the trashy one. $290. Not bad. It's another 100. I could afford to do another 3 here. Oh, that actually got rid of the crap that was down there, though. It did work. Shockingly. Did I leave enough? I did. Need to get those ramps in place. And... I don't think I want to start cutting up these floors. I might just leave that here. Maybe someone will come clean it up. What is up with you, Jaeger? Good to see you here. We are expanding the Diluvian machine. We tested it last time. It was fun, but I want to expand it, and I'm trying something that might pressurize it a bit more to make it even crazier. We had a fun test last time where we did the map flutter, so I'm hoping we can get another test in tonight. We're only in mid-autumn, but we're really close to late autumn, and the thaw happens around mid-spring, so we still got to make it through all of winter and half of spring before we get a chance to even start filling this thing back. I mean, it's still mostly full, but I just added 3 more Z levels to it, Z layers to it, Z levels. I do need to chop some of these floors out of here, and we need to do them one at a time so we don't cause collapses. Yeah, but how you doing today, Jaeger? Aside from this, I'm tired. I didn't get enough sleep. But I couldn't resist the call. Wonder if we've made that armor stand yet. Oh, that also reminds me, whatever happened to the... Yeah. We have this magma here that we found, which I'm very intrigued by. Not a lot. 3 and a 4. Oh, it might actually be drying. I don't know how it works. This was a 7 earlier, was it not? We found magma, though, and it was sitting somewhere we've already been, which I find very interesting. But I want a big pool of it, and then we can work on a magma-safe pump stack. Bring some up to our crafting area, which is not dangerous at all. Bring some up to our crafting area, and have us a little magma forge kind of situation where we'd no longer need fuel to do things, right? So if we go to our workshops and we go to furnaces, actually, well, here we have magma forge. You can forge weapons and armor and all that. We also have magma kiln, magma glass furnace, magma smelter. So basically no more need for regular fuel if we can get that sorted out. But there are some slight issues with the way we have things set up. I'd probably make a secondary area for that, which would suck. We'll see. I might be able to convert this here and here. What in the name of Zeus's butthole? Elk bird. Why are they in here? A large creature found grazing on mushrooms deep underground. It walks on two legs and has the head of a bird with the antlers of a great elk. What do you say we, not have them down here? Alright, squad, have fun. Go for it. Oh, I paused. Another one. You can't just drag over. Another one. What are they doing in here? Oh, it's running. It knows. I kind of feel bad for this now. It grazes on mushrooms, it's not hostile. Yeah, they're freaking out. They know what I've done. I don't think they're gonna last long once a squad shows up. Alright, it's happening. Oh yeah, that one got struck down quick. They wasted no time. Alright. Just like that. Not they want, they can butcher it or something. They can, like, get stuff out of it. Troglodyte blood on the surface? Why? How? Alright. Let's mine this out. Oh, and we need to get their demand. Brass armor stand in dining room. Sarvesh. Sazerlar. We need to find you. Rooms? Grand dining room. Oh, that's not even the queen's. No, it's under military. And we'll go to armor stand. Select material. Brass. Alright, last couple of pieces we gotta get rid of here. We'll keep these slopes in, but they're not really going to be usable. We are getting the nice snow coming in, which reminds me, we should do this. Actually, I could be... I could be a little lazier and just do this. We need bulk cancellation so bad. Yeah, it still doesn't work. You know what I kind of like the idea of, though? We'll actually put ramps out here. We'll suspend one of those to make sure we don't block off the route. They're all like dropping the blocks because they're like, oh, you canceled our thing. We were gonna build that for you. Yeah, we have no actual need to go all the way back here. Ha! Canceled your ass. And then up here, I'm going to keep building these floors in here. 164. This will leave us with 14. You know what? Interesting. Oh no, they can always get up top. The ramp doesn't really serve any purpose, but I think it's nice. It's a nicety. Alright, so let's take a look at the machinery. That's connected. Resume construction. Already 42, wow. We need to make sure that's not sealed off too early. We have to come down here and put the walls in and that gear. We can do that. That'll leave room for the gear. They can go around the back. So basically, we built 2 more or 3 more. I don't know, but what we were doing before is we were flowing down, so we had an unused Z level. I don't know why I keep saying layer. We had an unused Z level, so we got one for free, kind of. And we built another one, so we really have like 3 more that we've kind of added here. That's now sealed off. That's still good. As long as someone's ready to build this, we can add the next wall. 55 FPS. That's been a while. Trending post from Gearbox Entertainment. So you could stand on the screw pump. I didn't realize that. Close-ish to winter now. Did you cancel that? No. There's one block. I'd like someone to do something with it. Are you hauling it? Yeah, good. Get it out of here. I like this sound. Very calm, very relaxing, just very wintry. It all adds up. So the idea here is water is no longer really flowing once it leaves the screw. I mean, it does. It goes down to the next Z levels. But on this Z level, it doesn't flow anywhere, really. It's getting pushed. If we just leave this thing running, these screw pumps maybe are going to be exerting more pressure. And we'll see if that has an effect on making this thing stronger. At any rate, the added water of these extra Z levels will be very, very beneficial. So everything looks okay. Everything still continues outward. It just looks goofy because of this, but it's fine. So there'll be a little bit of flow here, it'll get picked up, and it'll... Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. What are we fighting? Oh yeah, we never looked at any of the elk birds, but it's too late. We'll get this last one. We'll just make sure we try not to block anything in here. So we'll get this next one, and then we will seal it off. And that'll be pretty much it. B and F for some floors. Cover that up. And we just have these last few floors right here. 50 blocks, no, 25 blocks is all we need. That's going to be a floor for free. That's going to be a floor for free. That is, however, not. Because that's going over the screw pump, so we'll close that in. I kind of like this, the little ramp here. It's kind of nice. And I think it is safe to say that the expansion has been pretty successful. Brass armor stand in dining room. You got it. Unless they never put it there, or you wanted a better one. You probably wanted a better one. I'm not building you another one. You get that. Otherwise, we could talk about this magma down here and see. It is like evaporating or something. 2 of 7, 3 of 7. No, I'm stupid. It's not. It's because I'm giving it more room. It's flowing. I was expecting to break into more magma, but I'm not. We just keep spreading it out. It was 177 block for some reason. I have a little bit of obsidian there. Very interesting. What's going on down here? Cave toad nose cartilage. Actually, no, most of that's not reachable. Oh man, this is tough. I gotta figure out how to wall this stuff in a reasonable way. And then we want to make it, put a bridge here to make it inaccessible. Block it off. We want to do that down here as well. But having these doors go right by these guys is not the worst. App hopper just hanging out in the air. Cool. $111. It's plenty. We'll let them get that wall in before we start flooring this up. Because this is our ceiling. It's closed in. They're not coming back. Unless I puncture it. So now how many Z levels of water will we have? We'll have this one. 2. 3. Hold on. I hear noise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this one is very wide. How wide is it? BNF. It's 23 by 25. So 23 by 25. Come on, calculator, open up. 575 tiles of 7.7 water will be in here. I got an email notification popped up when I alt-tabbed out. And since I'm waiting on things to happen, I'm not checking the email, but I'm checking. Yep, there we go. I see what it is. I love it. It was telling me there is a comment on... Weird. There's a comment on my Diluvian machine test video I put up last night. I've been doing some experiments with videos lately. I've put up a few shorts of this machine in its different forms as we've been constructing it and improving it. I put up some last night of the test. And I put up one as a short, and I've been doing this each time. One is a short, which is in the weird vertical cropped version, and it has a 1 minute limit. And the other ones are just a little bit longer, like a minute and a half or so. And they're not cropped, so you could see everything much more clearly. And I put them both up at the same time. I'm looking at them right now, and the short says 23 hours and 41 minutes, and the long version says 23 hours and 43 minutes. So 2 minutes apart. The short has, within the first hour, the short got like 90% of the views that it has right now. And it, got a decent amount of likes and stuff. It went pretty quickly. and then it kind of stagnated. The longer video did nothing for a while, and when I got up this morning, it had about as many views as the short. And now it's got more. It's got like 30% more views than the short. And it's got a lot more comments and stuff. So the short was like, it had a lot of views and thumbs up early on, but the longer versions actually got more comments and stuff going. And it's actually ended up with more views now. It's very weird. And someone commented on it just now who says, no idea what's happening, but YouTube recommended this to me, so congrats. It's on the long version of the video. Very, very interesting figuring out how this stuff works. I'm kind of taking it a little bit more seriously, and like, it'd be cool to put out just little bits and bobs of content to draw more attention to the YouTube channel. Very helpful. Just get more eyes on it. I've really just been using it as like a place to dump VODs. I did an offline playthrough of oh right, I heard the combat sound earlier. Oh, a wrestler was fighting. That's not good. The wrestler chopped its head off, so we're good, with a steel battle axe. So we had a cave crocodile show up. It looks sick. It knocked a crafts dwarf over. Things are happening. I did not change any settings, by the way. The mayor has a new demand. Clear glass window in bedroom. That's a tough one. I can try it. IP. Those are the buttons I gotta press to do the thing I wanted to do. There's the head. Teeth all over the place. I just want to get that stuff out of here before it starts rotting or something. I mean, the teeth and stuff won't, but let's just get it out of here. We could try making clear glass up here. Did I get rid of the... No, there it is, glass furnace. Clear glass window. Oh, we are in winter. Very good. Yeah, so I'm very just intrigued by how the YouTube stuff is working, though. I kind of got off on that tangent. Again, I think it'd be cool to take it a little more, not seriously. It's not that I wasn't taking it seriously. I just never really put different kinds of content up there, and it can be cool to do that. Draw more attention to it. That draws more attention here to the stream as well. They feed each other. It could be nice. I had another plan for another offline series. Oh, that's what I didn't say earlier. I did one offline series there. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. I had a lot of fun with that. I did a little bit of editing and stuff on it. It was a lot of fun. I started up another one, and it kind of died down. The recordings, I got behind. It's very hard to squeeze in the recordings and keep up at a good pace, and then it's like, well, I got to edit these, and it's a lot of work to edit them because that was going to be a pretty edited series. I still have all the videos, but I never finished the game, and I haven't played since August, so it's been a while. But Maybe I should, you know, get back to that or something. So, Call has a new demand. Uzal... Call Katanazes is the one that wants the window. So, let's go in here. Call... Wait, where are you at? Oh, it's a K, not a C. Alright, you want that in... Where are you? We're paused, so... Some of these people are hurt from the cave crocodile, probably. Can't stand. No, you're good. Oh, there you are. I'm probably dumb, but I was distracted by and curious about the hospital. Alright, so your demand is bedroom. Okay, just making sure. So we will then go over here and say rooms. Bedroom. Oh, this is not a good bedroom for you. Let's go down here and find a vacant bedroom. Call... We need to be able to filter anything that lets you pick multiple dwarves. Or that makes you pick from all of your dwarves. We need better filtering options, or any filtering options. Because I may have already passed her. Where in the world is called Castanezes, whatever your name is? Hard to do a Carmen Sandiego reference if you can't remember the name of the dwarf well enough to... Oh, there! Catanezes. This is your new bedroom. It's better than your old one. But you want this window. So do we do glass window over blocked at this location? So cut this out. Oh no, just do that. I clicked, but it didn't register, and I'm glad. Because I don't want to pick for the chest. I just wanted to put chests. I have a feeling most of those bedrooms aren't being used. And these probably are. I forget cabinet is N. Yeah, I was looking at a deal on, I think, Reddit the other day, and people were talking about, someone was like, I found an optimal bedroom layout, and it was like these it was like these 3 tile things, but it was in a cool design, and everyone's like, no, it's too cramped. And it's like, yo, I thought I was the only one that gave my dwarves a 3x3 bedroom. It's like a palace for them. And I'm over here with a 3x4. It's just how I roll. What are you doing? You're hauling? Oh no, you were building the chest, of course. I'd like them to smooth that so I can engrave it, then put the window in. Are you doing it, Mr. Miner? Yeah. We should check on the Diluvian machine in a few moments to make sure that nobody got trapped inside. It hasn't been that long. We have plenty of time to go rescue them if we need to cut something open and go back in there. But if we lose sight of it, if we don't go look at it, then it's very likely that they're going to die before I realize something's wrong. So we'll wait on the engraving to happen, and then we'll put this window in. There's a miner up there. They might be coming to do it. I think these other two dudes are hauling. So we're going to go build N for construction, and then I have no idea what button this was. Why? And we'll just slap this window here, and that should count. You will have what you requested. You're really slow at engraving. You are really slow at engraving. Hurry up. I know I could probably queue it up, but clear glass window, do it. All right, let's head up here. Everything looks good. That's linked up all the way over to here. 364. These also say 364. This is completely walled in. Open spaces there for the water to come up. And this is now lined up with our walls. Hopefully it pressurizes a bit more than well, I think we could have had it pressurizing before, but we would have needed the entire aqueduct thing to be full. Or like the aqueduct and the tower, we would have needed all of it to be full. 7/7s, and I think that would have pressurized a bit. But I think this might be better. I'm glad the person mentioned that, the commenter on YouTube. There's a squirrel on the stairs up here. And there we have it. Like I said, yet another expansion to the project. And we do have some, the Duchess has a demand. Oh, brass chest. You got the armor stand. You want a chest as well. Okay. That's why I was like, what is your problem? Furniture. Brass. Chest. We can do that. Okay, and then what else was I looking at? Your demands... No? Oh, you put a ban. Never mind, that's not very special. We'll go back here and we'll look at the status of this window. I mean, you got what you asked for. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why it's yellow. Clear glass window in bedroom. That looks like a clear glass window to me. It's even well crafted. It's counted as part of the bedroom. Unless you still own this other bedroom up here. Yeah, get out of here. This is no longer yours. You have a better bedroom anyway. Random elk bird soap. I guess those kills didn't go to waste. Oh, they really cleaned this up, didn't they? All the wool and hair and stuff got out of there. Yeah. We can use that, of course. Don't think I need to explain why that might be useful. All right, let's see. Have we, wrong button. Have we made this yet? Not yet. Probably grabbing the brass. Do we need more? What are they doing? Are they grabbing the fuel? You're hauling more brass. Oh, you need more than one. That sucks. Now what? More? You need 3? You're down at the bottom here, which makes me feel like you're going to go back to the metal over here. Wow, that chest is expensive. Once we're ready to put that chest in, I want to take a look at their sheet and figure out, are they obsessed with brass or something? Very interesting. They've requested 2 brass items. So we're having an issue with this over here, right? I think that tells me that I would like to build in another another squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 15 by 11. So I could go like from here. And then we're gonna need the door. Actually, do this. We get some free walls kind of built in with the quartzite here, so we'll take advantage of those. Oh, we can't smooth things we can't see yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll be it. This is our door. Meaning whatever goes on here is fine. This is like another walkway into it. We're gonna have to build a couple walls and stuff in, but we could do that. We have quartzite blocks. We'll use those to make any extra walls that we need. So B and L up to here. Good, we just basically have what we need. It won't be too out of place. We'll queue up a new squad here, have them posted up near these stairs, and we'll basically hope that that's enough to keep the enemies from being more of a problem. But before we do that, we want to get these gems out of here. Cinnabar. All right, they're digging that out so they won't be trapped. I mean, they'll never be trapped. They might, well, maybe if they get too, like, dehydrated or whatever and they say, I won't dig. I don't know if they'll ever get to that point, though. I assume they would. There we go. Can't do anything to those. Won't be perfect, but it'll be good enough. We'll put in a door here. BPR. And we don't have a quartzite, do we? No. But we could put in a jet door. Kind of cool. Yeah, now the mining's going to take place before the smoothing. Which is what I want. Gotta love that blinking. Gotta love it. Oops. We're in auto there. Yeah, like I said, we'll stack up a new squad here to help guard this entrance. I don't know how well they'll work through like the door and the wall though. Will they just automatically be like, yo dog, you can't be near these stairs, and they're like they'll fight stuff? Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to find out, right? But that reminds me, no water source, crap. Do we have someone in the dungeon? Who are we trying to give water to? Oh, the patients, right? The hospital. Okay, so I had another thought. Why are these off? What button is it? F. Oh, I remember hitting it earlier. If there was one-way control or one-way flow, which there is, that's the purpose of a screw pump, isn't it? Oh no, this was the idea that I had actually. What if I dug this same well out on the Z level above? And I put in this right here. And then I put in new screw pumps. We'll actually need to get back here. Channel this out. I was too lazy to reach for the hotkey. Okay. Let's just be a little bit lazy and simplistic here. Ooh, the open space is a problem though, isn't it? Let's use regular limestone. We don't need to block. We need to deal with this little problem here too. No, not there. I'm worried about that one. But we can channel these out. All right, that's accessible now. That's why I did that. When I let the 4 get in there, to be fair, I didn't do it intentionally, but when I let that 4 get in here before, they had a piece of rock blocking the door, and the door wouldn't close, so it let water through. So now we're good there. BMG. We're not actually going to be able to make this yet. So we need iron corkscrew, iron pipe. Now let's just have 10 of each. I'm fine with that. BMA. Hazel. We made the chest, right? So let's take a look at it. Well crafted. Cool. Now who wants it? Sazilrar? Yeah. You want a brass chest. So we go here. Whoa. Gibraltar. The hell is that? Sickly. Terrified while in conflict. A large, long-bodied grazer with a thick mane that feeds on the tops of tower-cap mushrooms deep under the earth. Doesn't seem too crazy, but it's a little frightening. It looks intense. You know what's weird? The game had a patch. So I'm gonna go look at it. I skimmed over it earlier and nothing really stood out. But it's like things are different today. So if you noticed at the very, very start of the stream, there was a long silence before the game started up. And that's not normal for these streams. Like there was just no music. And the reason is because when I clicked to start the game, I was like, yo, why is the game not launching? It actually did an update. And it took a moment to figure out. And there was a Steam thing in the background saying, like, play or view notes or whatever. So yeah, we actually had an update come through today, the 5th of January. Version 50.05. Version 50 is the Steam version. Thanks for all your patience over the holidays. We're back, and after only a few days, Putnam has already been on fire. Fixing... Now, first of all, Putnam is the programmer that they hired, the first person outside of the Tarn brothers to actually touch the source code, as far as I'm aware of. I don't know how the whole partnership with Kitfox went. Maybe because I think they did maybe some like SDL backend stuff to do the UI, but the source code, like the game itself, wasn't touched by them, I guess. Because the way it was billed was that this is the first time someone else is ever touching the source code. But anyway, I think Putnam did DF hack, or maybe not DF hack. They did some mods for the game. and that they were already known within the community. I forgive me for not being 100% on what they've done, but that is why they were hired, because they've been involved with the community for a long time. Maybe it was dwarf therapist, I don't know. But anyway, they fixed a major bug, saved corruption caused by certain armies bringing uninitialized proto-creatures instead of monsters. Other fixes and tweaks: sped up line of sight code, bees no longer included in food count. We're pretty sure the army corruption was causing the majority of crashes people were experiencing, so that should hopefully help a lot of you. It was in turn causing quite a bit of stress and chaos on our end. Now, with this big slice of chaos behind us, Tard and Putnam can turn their eyes to other improvements and fixes for the coming weeks. Meanwhile, we'll be streaming on Twitch next week on January 9th and 14th as the start of our new event schedule, Mondays 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern and Saturday 5 to 9 p.m. Eastern. Our streamer will be Salford Sal, sharing her expertise with yet more people through the KitFox channel. Join us and chat with fellow artisans. Best, Tanya from KitFox. Cool. So it doesn't seem to have affected anything in here by the way it's described, but I'm just going to say again, we were not dealing with any kind of troglodytes, cave toads, what are these called? Dralta. We haven't dealt with anything like this. Suddenly today, they're all over the place. And we got a patch, so something is different. That's all I'm trying to say. BFB for beds. We gotta go down here, so skip one and do it. Okay. Oh, who's closest? All right, and then skip 2. Yoink, 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 and yoink. Boom. Just like that. Very simple. We'll have to put all the other stuff in here, of course. BY for military, and then I have no idea what this is. I was going to say maybe T. It is. What are we going to make these out of? I don't know what I made my last one out of. Iron. That'll be fun. Okay, there we are. Couple targets. We need to get all the chests and stuff in here. We need to actually set up a squad. And that reminds me of one of the other things I was going to do. Oh, you're getting mad. Yeah, we never got to that. Make crowns. I think it was 2, so we're going to queue up 2. Alright, so Sazilrar. Yeah, I clicked on the wrong thing here and I got distracted. We can go this way, they're closer to the top. And personality. Preferences. Brass, of course, yeah. You want the chest in your bedroom, I believe. I hope so. Yeah. Brass chest in bedroom. BFH. We want to select the material. We have 1 brass chest. Let's go. Now that should take care of it, but you don't know yet, I guess. 2 goblets as well. Oops. Rock mug. I might make some elevators if they still work. They're a little bit exploity. I mean, so are quantum stockpiles. They rely on some goofy stuff with mine carts. Which no, I think we're good. We already made that quantum stockpile up top. Chief Chef is visiting. Yeah, we can't see them. No, we don't need to do that. Let's remove the dumping designation, and let's just see if they get rid of the skeleton. I'm excited for this thing now. We got about 2.5 to 3 months remaining. It's going to take some time. Big old pile of mud. Love it. Dimple Shot, I recognize your name. What started out as like a proper tomb is now like a proper cemetery thing, is now like, let's just put them. Let's just do it. Two traction benches, okay. Alright, so chest to the right of every bed. So BFH. And hopefully we can place them all, but maybe not. Yeah, not quite, but we're almost there. Back to this one, we need the armor stand to the left of every bed. So B, Y, and then was it maybe A? No, it won't be A because that's part of the movement commands. WASD, move the camera, which I never use those. I always drag around. Armor stand to the left of every bed. And the weapon thing right above them. So BY R. This will probably fail at the same point, yeah, because I think I have the exact same demands for both of them. The other thing that came to my mind was I wanted to do their equipment. Update equipment. Hopefully there's more steel stuff now available. No assigned items. Lots of steel, but some of them are still going to be using goofy things. Steel spear, maybe not. No, that's you. So I go to add uniform and say weapon. You know, there are weapons I didn't even think about. Two-handed sword. Okay, that's all foreign. So, battle axe, I think I made warhammer, short sword, spear, mace. I think I did all that. I was like, wait a minute. But I can't specify material. So I guess I'm just gonna let them do their thing. As much as that does kind of hurt us. So now for you guys, assign uniform, free choice, and let them do their thing. Yeah, just do them both. Free for all, go for it. We're not gonna assign this squad just yet. You're coming in. Why? No one seems to care. Like you're not harmful. I don't need to send someone to kill you. Troglodyte blood. Cave crocodile. Oh, that's from that. You can capture those, of course, and you can actually tame them and have fun with that. Let's have some fun with this. We haven't chopped anything down here. I still got to think about how I would possibly wall this off in a logical way. There's too many ramps all over the place. Like, man, it's not an easy one. To make sure you leave no openings. Wow. I feel like this is drying up, but maybe not. 2-3-2. Wasn't there like 4-3-2 earlier? I don't know. Timber. That's a lot of wood. A lot of tower cap logs. This one's a little bit smaller, so we won't get as much from this one, I don't think. But this one's a little bit beefy. Very promising. You make projectiles, furniture, building, Zothal keyboard, Etag plectrum, and Ontak pipe. Next, we gotta come back over here because I kind of forgot. BMP. Oof. See a problem. We need to basically shut this off. Limestone blocks, corkscrew, pipe. If we didn't shut that off, we'd have a little bit of a problem, I think. Would you even let me place it down here? Yeah, you won't. Well, you say no access. I kind of forgot about those, but we need to do that to make sure our well is actually functional. Oh, I feel bad now. I just got a notification on Windtrace Co-op, which has nothing to do with any of this. It's a YouTube video. I haven't watched any of them. I don't know why it's giving me that particular notification that video exists. Not that I have anything. Okay, I do like the channel. Yeah, Tavat Historia. It's Genshin Impact. And there was a limited time quest that ended the other day, and I didn't check. Like, I started looking at it, and I was kind of intrigued at where it was going to go, the characters involved and stuff, and then I never saw it. That's the problem with the events in that game. They're all limited time, and well, if you don't do it, you just don't ever get to see it, basically, and that kind of sucks. The Queen has mandated the almost said destruction. See, there is no mandate. You're lying, game. I have an idea too. We can even send out a squad on like to do military stuff, send them out onto the map. We should look into doing that. No parts. Come on, guys, I believe in you. Dogbone figurine of Onal Diamond Palm. No idea who that is. Not the cat. No. It's moving things around when I'm clicking. This is a masterful dogbone figurine of Onal Diamond Palm created by Zuglar Altarabal. It's only worth 50 though. The item is a masterfully designed image of Onal Diamond Palm, the dwarf, in dogbone by Zuglar Altarabal. Onal Diamond Palm is in a fetal position. The artwork relates to the encasement of the dwarf Onal Diamond Palm in ice in Iron Clears in the mid-autumn of 107. That's kind of incredible, and it's one of those things that you do see a lot in this game, but it's amazing. It's been 4 years and someone decided that they were still so moved by that person dying that they wanted to make a figurine of them, but they made it in the fetal position. That's just ridiculous. I love it. How's it going there, Rose? Hope you're doing all right. Good to see you. Excuse me while I mute the mic and sneeze. Or not. It's happening, I promise. Well, it tried to happen. All right. Sorry about that. I'm tired. I'm okay, but I'm tired. Pretty good. Always love to be playing some Dwarf Fortress. One of my 2 sessions of the week. And almost done with work for the week, so that's a pretty good place to be. Got a barber appointment tomorrow, so they can clean me up a little bit. Yeah, it is a little bit late for you. I'm surprised I haven't seen Tusk in the last few days. I don't know what he's up to. He's about 8 hours ahead of me. And he's usually on. Actually, no, he was on yesterday for a little bit. He was on during the coding stream yesterday. I forgot. I always wonder, is he okay? If he doesn't show up for a couple days. Nah, his sleep schedule's like mine used to be when I was his age. His sleep schedule was messed up. Like I used to, I think we talked about it, I used to do the thing where I would, wait. Hold on. Can I see what this is? Is it too late? Ah, it's too late. I used to do the thing where, you know, I would go to bed at like 9 to 10 a.m. Maybe if I had a class or something, I would wake up and go to class and then go back to sleep. It was pretty bad. I like being nocturnal. Just can't do it, you know, with work and everything. Can't do it anymore. So we made some more weapon racks and stuff, so we could probably finish setting up this room. Yeah, going to sleep at 2 to 4 a.m., waking up at 6:30. That's stuff I used to do, yeah. But I would, like, then I'd go to classes all day, and I'd get home. Oh no, we still don't have an armor stand. Okay. We'll just wait. You know, I'd go to classes all day, I'd get home, and then I'd sleep for like 6 hours, and then I'd take that little nap. And do it all over again. How was your return? I'm sorry, there's like something in my throat. How's your return to classes been this week? Treating you okay? No naps for you? Well, I'm counting the nap as like me going to sleep. It was like 4 to 5:30 for me. And then I'd you know, wake up, go to class, and then come home and go to sleep. Like, for real. Real sleep. Ooh. I see some gems. Let's get those. Tiring. Are you blocked in? You blocked yourself in, buddy. Alright. Let's help them out. I think they can walk over this way. Yeah, when they installed the screw pump, they blocked themselves in. What a brilliant move. A lot of homework. I was always, I was a mixed student. I would do homework. I would usually wait until kind of right before it was due, but I would do homework. I never studied or anything, but I never felt like I needed to, so why would I do it? Okay, we still couldn't break him out. We gotta go the other way. So why would I do it if I don't need to, right? Oh no, he's out. Good, he's out. Cancel that. Let's build some walls in to block this back up so our well doesn't drain. And we'll just build them out of... What is it, orthoclase? No, it's claystone. I wouldn't really study or anything because I never felt like I needed to, and I would do okay in courses. But I always got the whole, you know, if only you applied yourself more. I always got that whole thing, and I never really felt motivated to do that. It took a long time for me to really develop a love for learning. Once I figured out, like, oh, there are things that I really do want to learn just for the sake of learning. It's never as fun to me when it's, you know, school and it's just like, you have to do this, you know. These are inactive, so did we shut it off? Oh, we did shut it off. Yeah. I remember now. Let's leave it. No, let's turn it on real quick. And let's make sure everything seems to be linked up. And then we'll shut it off. And we'll let the brook fill up a little bit with water before I start. This is going to be pretty rough once I start it. Has anyone pulled? Yeah, okay, they pulled the lever. Inactive. Is it because it's frozen, right? Inactive. I think that's what it's linked to. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see for a while. Oh yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, we had stuff like that here. And it's different here depending on what state you're in. A lot of the exams were like they're specific to your state. So an exam in one state is different than another state. And then there is a standardized thing for university that I think is like the same for every state or something. It's weird. It's not fun. It's not that bad. I've always been good at taking exams, but I never liked taking exams. I always have the mindset of basically if I don't know something, I don't know it, and I'm not going to spend more time than I need to on it. And I think that takes a lot of the pressure that a lot of people feel away. So I don't get that pressure of like, oh no, I need to do this correctly, and maybe I'll look back at it later. Maybe I'll flip back through. I mean, I'll try to answer everything, even if I don't know. So I'll flip back to the ones that I didn't know and do something, but it takes a lot of the pressure away. Oh no. British English is, I don't think it's too bad, but it depends on how strong the accent is. And then, of course, English is not your first language, so that may not help. So, yeah, very strong. Well, it could be like, I think a strong Scottish accent for me is pretty hard to understand. Like, even if they're speaking English, sometimes I'm like, what are you saying? I'm having a hard time here. I'm trying. That's definitely one that's got me before. Claystone, that's right. Let's fill this in. Let's get this wall in place, and oh, they're playing my song, though. They're playing Expansive Cavern. Favorite song in the game. I've said it before, this style of guitar is not one that I'm really good at, really familiar with, but I think I would like to try to learn this song. We're gonna forbid that door. We're gonna forbid this door. I do play guitar. I've got a bunch of them. I used to do the occasional guitar, like little mini session on stream. Sometimes I would, at the start of stream, I would play guitar for 15-20 minutes. Haven't done that in a while. Back then, there were some issues with the hardware that I had that could just straight up cause the computer to crash, and it's weird. It's a known problem. It's been a known problem for many years between Logitech webcam drivers and that particular hardware that I was using, a Line 6 Pod HD desktop. Very, very specific, but there was a driver incompatibility between the two pieces of hardware, between my webcam and the hardware I was using for my guitar, the interface. I don't have that problem anymore. But that's why I stopped doing the guitar streams, because occasionally that would just cause the computer to crash. And if you went and like looked at the forums and the responses from Logitech, they're like, oh yeah, that's on them. They need to fix it. And then the people from Line 6 were like, no, Logitech broke it. They need to fix it. So no one was going to fix it. Now I've got much better hardware. I just haven't really done any guitar on stream. Maybe I'll bring it back though. It's fun. All right, we have a ban on exports. Unfortunately, we don't have enough water flow here. Yeah, we don't have enough water flow for the well to fill up, which is pretty unfortunate. We chop that down? No. You wanted to play guitar, you should, if you want to. It's a lot of fun. It's very... Oh yeah, we're losing grates. I think the water is just knocking our grates down or something. I'm not sure what that's about. So we're not gonna have grates anymore, I guess. It's very cathartic. It can be very good if you have... If you're... I don't know if overwhelmed is the right word, but I was gonna say like emotionally overwhelmed. If just there's a lot going on and you're kind of, it's a good way to release that, you know. Music in general. Uh-oh, someone died. A crafts dwarf has been missing for a week. Uh-oh. Wonder where they went. Did they fall somewhere? Are they in the cavern? Did someone eat them? What in the world happened? Let's see. I've had that happen before where people fell from like a long height. And like right here. Is there still blood? No. People fell from a long height and no one went down there, so the body was just like, hey, so-and-so's missing. Yeah, but I would say if you're still interested in it, it's never too late to start playing. Start playing guitar or any instrument. Like I said, it's a good way to release emotion. Release stress, that kind of stuff. Oh, that's... okay. You can't. I mean, if there's like a physical reason or something, I understand. But if you're just saying that you don't feel like you'd be good enough, then, I mean, that's what... you just have to practice. Figure out songs that you're really interested in. Yeah. Well, actually, nails they can work out. It depends on how long, but for classical guitar, you can have long nails like on your picking hand, and people actually use their nails to pick. So you look at a lot of classical guitarists, their dominant hand will have longer nails usually. I did it once, and I was like, I'm not a fan. Not like super long, but it's like the longest I ever let them grow. And then I was like, it feels weird. I can't get used to it. So when I play fingerstyle, I just use my fingertips, and that works as well. But it gets a different sound. So when you're playing with fingertips versus playing with nails, you get a very different sound. Grizzly bear bone. We still haven't seen any sign of the crafts dwarf that went missing. You're not in the water. Oh, you know what? I wanted to try something. I wanted to actually fill in a couple of these. Regular limestone. I wanted to fill in a couple of these to make the river drain a bit slower and see if we can keep this more populated in the winter. However, our well is going to be much more functional now, so it's not really going to be as big of a deal. And that's fair. You tried playing, it wasn't working. That's fair. At least you tried. What kind of stuff were you interested in playing? Any particular bands or anything? Or artists, solo artists or anything? For me, it all got started with Metallica. I didn't know what a rhythm guitar was. I didn't know what it meant because I was a dumb kid. And I remember, you know, getting into Metallica, and oh, we have miasma, something rotted. Oh yeah, stuff is rotting. Get that out of here. I was looking in the booklet that came with the And Justice for All CD, and it said James Hetfield, rhythm guitar and vocals. And me being a dumb kid, I didn't know what it meant by rhythm guitar. I didn't know what it meant by lead guitar either. But I was like, that guy plays and sings at the same time. I want to do that. That's what inspired me. Like, that's what first got me started. Oh, so much rotten food. I hate that. We need to set up a stockpile to stop that from happening. That's also fair, yeah. This game is perfect for just liking the sound of guitar, because that's almost all that this game uses, and it's like really cool. Really cool, unique style that they have here. The original version of this game had basically one, like, 8-minute track that when it's like 3 different movements. So it didn't have a lot of different music. And I didn't expect the music on this Steam version to be so... I like the original version. This is I don't want to say I didn't like the original, but I didn't expect this one to be so good. It's so much better than I was expecting. I was like, oh, we're getting music, cool. Oh wow, it's really, really good. I'll make another coffin or 2, stack up some extra coffins. And let's engrave a memorial for Lore Saraltasung. Yeah, original was good, but this is better. That's how I feel, at least. But there's still stuff in the game that's a throwback to the original, so it's not like it's completely gone either. Oh, Sarvesh forgot a demand. What a nerd. Are you happy or no? Whatever. Whatever. We made all the limestone blocks. Are you working on the slab? Oh, you're working on hematite. Oh, we've already got our slab. Okay. So let's come down here and let's put in the slab for this person who just went missing. Let's read the slab. If we can. Where'd it go? Alright, we'll wait until it makes it down there. Are you hauling it? Oh, you are. Oh, I was looking for... Yeah, okay, there we are. Let's see. An exceptional rock salt memorial to Lore Karaltasung. It reads in memory of Lore Karaltasung, born 27, went missing in the year 111. The color brown made him happy. Oh, that's sad. That's all you're gonna remember him by? You like the color brown. Genshin, yeah, it can definitely be tiring. How many accounts do you have? You said your American account. So you have like 2 or 3 different regions, because I know there's like an Asian region as well, right? So I guess there's a European one, right? A Europe region. I technically have 2 accounts, but one of them I just basically haven't touched. Essentially, when I first installed the game, I used my more personal email address and naming and stuff. And then when I was like, I'm gonna stream this game, I'm gonna give this, you know, a try on stream or whatever. I was like, well, let me just make it on my, you know, stream-related accounts and names and everything. And I never went back and touched the other one again. I don't have the energy to do 2 accounts, I'll be honest. Oh, we are. Yeah, it's still snowing, isn't it? I think I just saw more piling up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're only playing on 2, so... I was gonna say, I don't know how you could handle 4, but... You're only really using 2. Yeah, I don't know if all that... I mean, that may have been available back then when I first started playing. It may not have been, but... I also didn't really have any progress in the game. Like, I had basically just picked my character and played for 5 minutes, and then I was like, I'm done. We'll just restart it on you know, my other email and stuff. So I didn't really lose anything. We're gonna make this a barracks. And no squads are in here yet. We're gonna make this an archery range. How wide did I make these other ones? Just to be very pedantic and do them exactly the same. How do I get to it? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I'm being dumb. Okay, but what's the size on this? $16, so it's 8x2. Archery range. Uh-oh, someone's in a strange mood. Your friend told you to grind as much as possible in one day, like 15 levels. Oof. Well, it's not as bad at the start, but it gets a lot worse later. Like, they do the thing where at first it's not as bad as like World of Warcraft got at one point, but they do the thing where at first everything feels very quick, and it's like, whoa, I'm leveling up, it's like dopamine, my brain is happy, and then it slows down over time, especially in Genshin. Your AR, granted, I don't play as much as I used to, but it took me like, I don't know how many months to get from 55 to 56. And, you know, I used to play every day, and I used to get all my dailies in every single day and do everything. I don't really do that anymore. And also, I appreciate that. Thank you. I try. I try, and I have a good mic. Okay, they took a stoneworker's workshop, and they're working on something. We said, I must have something. Where'd you go, buddy? Strange mood. Okay, so he's actually going, it's a strange mood. It's not a possession, so he's going to be able to get an experience boost from it, which is always fun. And we are a day away. Well, we're on the 27th, so really it'll be after the 28th. We're moving into spring. And then we're a little ways off from the spring thaw, where we can start filling the Diluvian machine once again. You know I'm excited about that. It's what I'm trying to do today. That's my biggest objective. So... I'll give you the short answer and then the long answer. Also, why is there cat soap in down here? Why? The short answer is we kind of are managing a city. It's a fortress, right? This is Dwarf Fortress. We are dwarves. And, you know, when we started out, we're on just an empty map here in the wilderness, right? And none of this existed. So these walls and stuff you can see here, all these windmills and these walls and like my crazy device over here that you can kind of see, going up way into the sky, and I'm filling it with water. So we built all this. So it's like Minecraft. Think about the same idea of Minecraft, where you just kind of go into the wilderness, you cut down trees, you mine things out, and you build stuff with it. Although it's, this game actually did inspire Minecraft. This game dates back to, was it 2002 or 3? It's been around for a long time. This is the fortress mode. So again, you come in with a group of, 7 dwarves, and they each have, like, you can set their starting skills and their starting equipment. So you'll come in with maybe a couple miners, a woodcutter, some different basic dwarves that can do different actions, and you'll kind of start carving out your home, whether you want to build something on the surface or dig into a mountain or dig straight into the ground, which is what we've done here. We just dug straight into the ground. We have some stairs going down, and this was where we did our first building, was here, right, just one level under the surface. And then over time, we've gone much deeper, and we've got, this place here where every single little room here is a bedroom, right? Uh-oh, did we find... They were dehydrated. Where were they? Oh! It was one of the ones in the hospital. Oof. They never got water and they dehydrated, and no one ever found them for a while. Okay, we'll take care of that. We'll actually get them a burial now. That's sad. So we will... Yeah, this game's been around for a minute. So we've what I was trying to say over here is, like, every single one of these is a bedroom, right? So every single dwarf has, like, their own bedroom and stuff. Or at least they can, right? Depends on how you build things. You could build, like, a large dormitory with, like, 10 beds in it or something if you wanted, and make them share. But I have, like, individual bedrooms here, and we can see up here on the left, I clicked on a bedroom, and 2 dwarves here. They must be either lovers or they're married or something, so they're sharing this bedroom. We have 1 dwarf in this bedroom, no one in this one. So we have some empty ones. But, like, we've kind of carved out this entire, basically, city at this point, so you're pretty much right. Like, down below here, we have a bunch of crafting going on, where we have craftsdwarf shops, farmers workshops, still, where they can make drink, stoneworkers workshop, carpenter, a loom to make, like, thread and stuff, smelters and jewelers, kitchens, clothiers shops, mechanics workshops. We have, like, the metalsmith's forge where we're making weapons and armor and stuff. So we've got, like, all kinds of cool stuff going on in here. This is, this one's been running for 12 years now, basically. So they've had some time to get established. But this is this is Fortress mode. Fortress mode is one way to play the game. I'll elaborate on more about the game in a moment. Let me figure out what was lore. Yeah, I remember their name now. Let's engrave another slab to lore, so they get a proper engraving. Because before it was just like, he likes the color brown. We're going to put an actual coffin in here, and then we'll put that slab out for him. So I can go in here and I can designate this tomb, and then I can find him in this list, which is kind of sucks. It's not really fun. They need to add some filtering to these lists, because I have to just scroll through until I find them. It's not great. Okay, so here is the... Oh, cool. A lignite earring. Let's take a look at it real quick. And then I'll give the longer answer of like what this game really is. The more in-depth answer. So this guy just made a legendary, an artifact called Mersethalmosh. It's worth 9,500. It is a lignite earring. All craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted with marquise cut rose quartzes, decorated with grizzly bear bone, and encrusted with bands of oval lignite cabacons and persimmon wood. This object menaces with spikes of moonstone, silver, and bloodstone. On the item is an image of Elisa Saffron-Scorched, the elf, and Zaxel Boat Respect, the dwarf, in Praz. The artwork relates to the elf Elisa Saffron-Scorched confrontation of the dwarf Zaxel Boat Respect. On an earring. That's an intense earring. Ooh. Not good. They found some animals that got dehydrated too. I feel bad. Okay. So we can give a longer answer, a more in-depth answer of what this game really is, because that's where it gets really interesting, because this is like the most in-depth game ever. And that's the only way to really explain what I mean, is by giving the full answer now. So, what is Dwarf Fortress? When you start the game up, you have to have a world to play in. So you have to generate a world. That's, you know, lots of games make you generate. Minecraft generates a world, right? Every new Minecraft game. That's not necessarily unique to this game, but no, the way that this game generates the world is what's special. So it actually goes through and applies a lot of realistic rules to the world when it generates it. So, for example, if you have mountains, mountains can block moisture from going from one side to the other. So on one side of mountains, you may often have forests, rainforests, or whatever kind of forests. And on the other side of the mountain, you often see a desert because the moisture doesn't go over the mountains. That's actually like a realistic thing. So this game does stuff like that. This game makes sure that rivers flow in the correct direction, like a river flows toward the ocean or something. It's not just some arbitrary direction that it just made up. It actually flows in the way it's supposed to flow, and all the things that get placed in the world, just the overall structure of the world, makes sense to some degree. It does things like keep track of rainfall and all kinds of crazy stuff. That's just the beginning of the world generation. What it does next, once it has a world that it's happy with, it populates it with a starting population of goblins, elves, dwarves, humans, and all kinds of other creatures. And then it begins to simulate history. All these different types of races, of beings, they live in this world. Goblins and humans and elves and dwarves, they all build their own civilizations and cities and towns and everything. And they interact with each other. They trade with each other. They go to war with each other. They can completely wipe the other civilizations out. I've been in worlds before where there were no goblins because they all got killed. The game does not say that it's not here to say, we're going to make sure you have a perfect experience every time where there's always X amount of goblins and Y amount of humans or something. No, it just simulates the history, and whatever happens, happens. So again, these people build up civilizations, and it's even more in depth than that, because within the civilizations, you have criminal elements. So you can have different people who form criminal organizations, and they can plot to overthrow people, or they can plot to kill people, or steal things, or do all kinds of crazy stuff. You can have somebody influencing somebody else to do something for them. Well, I'm a big bad criminal dude, but I don't want to do the work myself, so let me convince someone else to do it for me. You know, and you can do stuff like that. So in game, just related to that, I have a justice menu here, and I don't have any cases right now, but we can, if we have something happen, like someone dies, or someone murders someone, or we get into a fight, or someone steals something, whatever, I can go in and like interrogate people, And we can actually get reports. So if I look here at the very first one that I did, we met with the subject, made flattering remarks in order to elicit information. The subject agreed because he loved the interrogator. He confessed to disorderly conduct. So this guy in particular, he got depressed and he ran around and started fighting people. So we actually got him to confess to disorderly conduct, and then we put him in prison for a bit. You know, we put him in our jail. But all this stuff is happening in the world as it's generating that history. People are doing things like that. Like, everything is being tracked. And when I say the world generates history, it depends on how you set it. By default, it's 100 years. You can go for 5 years. You can go for 1,000 years of history. And it will simulate all of that, so you have an entire world. Now, I only mentioned a couple things, like, you know, they're running around and they're doing wars with each other and they're trading with each other and they're being friends with each other and all that, right? But they're doing other things, like they're making items, like legendary artifacts, like we just made a few minutes ago. Here I have a library, and in my library, we have scrolls and books that we're writing. So, like, we can look at some of these, like, Better Laws. This is a book that we wrote, or a scroll that we wrote. And it's a manual entitled Better Laws, authored by Kib Gabarkonos. It concerns law, its forms, and recommendations. The writing shows a hint of tenderness. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. So we're writing books, and then we can sell these books, and our ideas will spread throughout the world. And I'll answer your question now, because I can keep going, but I'll answer your question. So you said, like, in every single world, each civilization has its own history. The history is it's part of the simulation. So when we wrote that book that I just looked at, that's now part of the history of this world. And if we sold that to someone else, that knowledge travels. Which brings me into the next thing. Right here we have a tavern, and we get a lot of visitors. So right here is a human poet. And if we look at the human poet, it's not just unique to this visitor, but everything in the game is incredibly complex. That's the common trend that you'll see in this game. What we can do is we can look at information about this person here. Right now they are listening to a story, because they're in the I've paused the game, but they're in the tavern and they're listening to a story. If we go to their skills, we could see some of their basic stuff here, but what I'm interested in is they're a skilled poet, but they're rusty. Okay. They're very rusty. They're a competent reader, they're an adequate student, all that cool stuff. They're a dabbling musician and singer. But now the one I'm really interested in, knowledge. So knowledge shows all the unique pieces of knowledge that they have. So they know, they have a philosophy about truth, or a philosophy about perception and belief. They know about mathematics, proof by contradiction, negative quantities. All of this is stuff that, like, scholars in libraries kind of figure out, like the mathematics and stuff. The scholars will be figuring that out and learning about these things, astronomy. But we're going to keep going because there's something else I was going for. Chemistry, geography, engineering. This is the one that's really cool. We have poetic forms, and there's a bunch of these. We also have musical forms and dance forms. So these are generated every time, like, so we'll look at it and then I'll explain it more. So let's look at the Avalanche of Coal. This is a poetic narrative. This is a poetic form. And what that means is it is a style of poetry that can be used to write actual poems. So the Avalanche of Coal is a poetic narrative concerning mining, originating in the lances of roaring. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems which can be recited. The poem is a single tercet. Use of internal rhyme is characteristic of the form. Each line has 14 syllables. The third line of the tercet must expand the idea of the first line. The first line is intended to describe the subject of the poem. The second line is intended to develop the previous idea. The third line is intended to teach a moral lesson. The rhyme scheme of the poem is AAB. Now we can look at another one, the euphoric droplet. And you'll notice this one, I didn't know I didn't know it was going to be more complex, but this one is way... Oh, no, this is a music form, that's why. I was going to say it's way more complex. We could look at the Lord of Smokes. That's about the same. Some of these poetic forms get really, really complex. This one's a little more complex. This is a poetic form. I'm not going to read it all. But we can look at a musical form. The euphoric droplet. It's a form of music used for entertainment, originating in the winds of searching. And the rules are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music, which can be performed. A speaker recites any composition of the submerged gills while the music is playing on a thilu, two carina, and a ween. The musical voices bring melody with harmony. So I'm not going to read this whole thing because it's very long, but it's actually describing how this musical form works, this style of music. And it talks about, like, the bridge passage accelerates as it proceeds. Each of the carina stays in the buzzy middle register, and the ween covers its entire range from the watery low register to the brittle high register. And down here, like, the seed rhythm is a single line with 4 beats. The beat is stressed as follows. And it's showing, like, how... This is complex, right? But it's describing literally, like, how to write music in this style. And that's one musical form, the euphoric droplet. Well, here we also have the venerable poem as another musical form, or the taupe flower, or the chant of lace. They're all completely different. And here we have the Sister of Berries, which is a dance form. So it actually describes a specific type of dancing now. And it's like, all right, you dance along to a certain kind of rhythm, a certain kind of music. And, you know, it describes, like, the dancer performs along a clockwise circle. The expressive section is punctuated by undulating backward bends, independent body movement, and raised right arms. Like, it's describing how they dance. And then, so we looked at the poetic forms here, and then we can see individual poems that have been created using these different forms. So there's a poem here called Considerate Locke. And if I look at it, it's authored by Tirist Erythonol, and it's an example of the instances of blushing. So the instances of blushing is one of the poetic forms. And we might find it up here. There it is, the instances of blushing. There's the poetic form, and we could read about that if we wanted. All of this is like randomly, like procedurally generated every time. So the way it works, right, is when your dwarves are sitting here, like, learning to do things, like, you know, so on the knowledge side of things, like the mathematics and chemistry and stuff, that's going to come from your library. But when you have a tavern, you have like dwarves and humans and stuff that are in there practicing their poetry and all that. They can also actually create new styles of poetry. And the cool thing is if you create a new style of poetry, write a poem in that style, and then share it with the visitor to your tavern, that visitor might bring your poetry to somewhere else in the world. And you've now affected the world by exporting your poetry, and it wasn't necessarily something that you planned, right? But now other parts of the world will start writing poems in the style that you created. So the way the game is doing that right now is like all of this is procedurally generated in every world based on the history. Ooh, alternate history. I've never read this one. Hold on. Flagrite, Time Will Tell is an alternate history authored by Doran Stonmomuz. It asks the question, what if a wrestling competition held by the Sculpted Paint in Flagrite as part of the Bronze Festival in the early autumn of 12 had unfolded differently? The writing artfully flashes through seemingly disjoint topics. Overall, the prose is passable. So anyway, back to this though. The way that people generate like these poems and everything is like based on their personalities and stuff, and that's how all this stuff gets created. And it's all simulated, it's all part of the world generation, and then you as a player kind of also influence it, and we can talk more about that. So that was like a big explanation just of their knowledge, but I'm still on this one person, and we can look at their relations and see that she has a husband, an only son, an only daughter, a mother, a father, a younger brother, 2 younger sisters, an older half-sister, 3 younger half-brothers, 2 younger half-sisters, nieces, nephews. the different gods they pray to, all their friends and acquaintances. We can look at the groups they're a part of, like what civilization they're from, cite governments. There's nothing military for them. We could look at the recent thoughts they've had and some of their memories. We can look at their personality. I'm not going to go through this, but it talks about the kind of things they like and don't like. So, you know, she's slow to trust others. She doesn't seek out excitement. She's often cheerful, though she remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. She thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. We can look at the things that she values. She's disgusted by merrymakers, right? She finds nature somewhat disturbing. She sees introspection as important. She values tranquility. This goes on and on. She has different preferences in terms of like materials that she likes. She likes, you know, yellow zircon gems. She likes clear glass, sheep horn, different things here. And we can see some of the different needs. This is one person, right? And I didn't even go through like everything, but this is one person. Every single person has that going on for them, right? So I could click on another one and they have just as much, right? They have a husband and a daughter and they have their own personality. She's easily moved, and their personalities change. She's easily moved to mercy after giving birth to a girl in 106. So it made her more like merciful, I guess. She personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, a strengthening belief after giving birth to a girl in 106. Believes that little is better in life than a good party, a strengthening belief after becoming a parent. So their personalities even change based on things that they experience. And then that affects so many different things throughout the world, because that can be like how they write a poem. If they witnessed some trauma, if they witnessed a loved one die or something, they might write something about that person. They might make a statue dedicated to that person, right? So this is some of the things. I mean, there's so many more things that I could go into. Another place we could look at the complexity is if I said, make a statue, specify the image, and I could say, specify a new image. We can pick any kind of creature. We can have an aardvark. We can have a banana tree. We can have a diamond. We could have a spear. We could have... well, I'm not going to pick an artifact. We could have a historical figure. It's an image of an aardvark, a banana tree, a diamond, a spear, and Ongu Lancer soldiers, the human. But now I can put relationships between the different things I just picked. And I could say X is devouring Y. The aardvark is devouring... I mean, I guess I could have put a banana instead of a banana tree. The aardvark is devouring the banana tree. Now this seems weird, right? But this system that you see here of me building out the image, the dwarves do this based on their experiences and their history and their knowledge and memories. So when I tell them to make a statue, they'll make something like this, but it'll be about their own life and their own experiences. And it's very, very interesting to see how that kind of stuff happens and how it ultimately plays out when they make something, right? It's like, oh wow, that really affected them, right? So again, if they experience trauma, so a loved one died or something, they'd be very likely to make a statue concerning that, or art concerning that to maybe help memorialize them, right? So that's like some of the ways that I can say why this game is pretty much the most complex game ever. Those are some overviews, and this is only one way to play the game. We have an elven caravan showing up. They're not going to be happy. This is only one way to play the game. This is Fortress mode. There are two other main gameplay modes. One of them is Arena mode, and Arena is very simple. There's kind of three, but one of them is Arena mode, And you basically load into a little arena. You can spawn in creatures and enemies and stuff, and you could just make them fight. You can control them, and it's very simple. Like, just, I want to spawn a dragon and 10 dwarves and make them fight, but I want to control the dragon. So, like, cool, do it. You could do that. That's arena mode. Very simple. Like, it's not like a real proper gameplay mode. It's just like, have fun making things fight. There's also adventure mode. So everything I've talked about, you can pick just a single dude, and it doesn't have to be a dwarf. It could be anything. And if we go back to the statue creation real quick and take a look at it, statue, and this is the easiest way I can think to do it. Specify image, and we'll say creature. We have different humanoids, an aardvark man or woman, an albatross man or woman, amphibians, armadillo, badger man and woman, batman and woman, no pun intended, beaver, black bear, black mamba, was it brown? Yeah, brown recluse spider man and woman. It goes on. Capybara. You can be a capybara man. It's even like cockroach man is going to show up in a moment. I thought so. Oh no, it's roach man, not cockroach man. There's a roach man. I know there's a fly man, like an actual fly, but it's like a fly and a person hybrid. You could be all kinds of weird creatures and stuff, but that's a bit of an aside. So adventure mode is basically you are just a single dude, a single person somewhere in the world, and you live their life. You are them. It's like, it's an RPG, right? You do what you want. It's very open-ended, but you can go into a town and there's a whole conversation engine where you can go up to someone and say, hey, tell me about what's going on. And it's all dynamic. It's not like, you know, Elder Scrolls where it's like scripted dialogue. It's all dynamic, and it's like, hey, tell me what's going on. And they're like, oh yeah, some bandits attacked us a few weeks ago. Some cyclops attacked us a month ago, and we think we know where it lives. You know, and they'll give you that information. You can go fight it or whatever. You could just do whatever you want, though. I had one character. I went into a necromancer tower, and I read their books and learned the secrets of life and death. So I became a necromancer, so I couldn't die anymore. I wouldn't die of old age or hunger or anything. And I went into a city, and I just sat there all day practicing poetry and inventing new styles of poetry and writing poems and going into the taverns and reciting my poems and teaching them to other people, so that I was spreading my stuff around the world, but I was doing it as an individual. I became this like necromancer poet for whatever reason, because it just sounded fun. And they're going to ask me not to chop down more than 25 trees. Oh, make it 45. Okay. I might trade with them. I might not. Sure, they can join. So I know I talked a lot there. I still haven't even gone through a fraction of what this game has in it. It is pretty much the most complex game ever. It's inspired a lot of games. Again, this game inspired Minecraft. Fortress mode is similar to RimWorld. It inspired RimWorld, so that's a much newer game that is somewhat similar to what we're doing here, but this game is still way more complex. The combat is a thing I didn't even really get into, where it's not like health points. It's so ridiculously detailed, the way that it manages combat. And if we have some happen, I can show it. It is very, very brutal, but very interesting and fascinating. Well, we could look at the people sparring and get an idea. So, the elite wrestler strikes at the elite Marksdwarf, but the shot is deftly parried. The Marksdwarf attacks the wrestler, but he jumps away. The wrestler misses the Marksdwarf. The Marksdwarf bashes the wrestler in the left upper arm with her, whatever that name is, lightly tapping the target. The elite wrestler misses the Marksdwarf, The wrestler charges at the Marksdwarf. The Marksdwarf looks surprised by the ferocity of the wrestler's onslaught. The wrestler collides with the Marksdwarf. The wrestler bounces backward. The Marksdwarf bashes the wrestler in the left hand with her weapon, lightly tapping the target. They are sparring, so they're not trying to hurt each other. This is like how the combat goes. And so when you're actually fighting something, it's brutal. They're tearing ligaments and bones and muscles and arteries are ripping open. It's very brutal, but it's one of those things that's very fascinating at the same time. So there's the long answer of what this game is. The next thing, I'll probably trade a little bit with the elves here. Yeah, let's start hauling some stuff out here. What do I want? Bone. Bring some amulets. I don't know how much I'm gonna get, but we'll bring some amulets and stuff out here. We'll bring some bracelets. And I'll show you the project that I've been working on and what I'm waiting on. Those are forbidden, don't sell them. Our queen moved into the fort a few years back. It's been a while now. But our queen moved into the fort, and she likes crowns, which is very fitting. But she keeps saying we're not allowed to export crowns. And if we accidentally sell them when we're not supposed to, all the people that were involved in bringing them over here and everything will get, they'll either get arrested or they'll be beaten. We don't want that to happen. Okay. So what we have, let's talk about my project, which I've been working on. I call it the Diluvian machine, right? And here we have, it's kind of hard to see, but this thing here, I'm dragging the mouse over, this like gray thing running down the center of the screen. Running down here. Running all the way down here. This is the brook, right? This is our source of water for the map. Not every map is going to have water, but we started in a spot with water. So this is our brook, and because of that, it flows in from off the map, so it's like infinite water. And what I have here are these screw pumps, which will just allow me to bring water from down here. I know you can't see it right now; it's just black, but there's actually ice down here. It's the frozen brook. You can see some ice here. So this will bring water from down here up to here, and then if I go up again, we have more pumps here. More go up again and up again and up again, and we have the pumps bringing the water all the way up here. And then this thing here is a big old reservoir full of water. Right now it's frozen, but when you see this blackness here, that's actually still ice. So it's really deep. So right now I'm at the lowest layer of ice, and I go up one and up one and up one and up one, and it gets wider every time. So that's a lot of water. And then down here, these two orangish things are, they're bridges that retract, and they allow me to either dump the water onto the map or dump the water down here into a false entrance, where the idea is if I get attacked, if I get raided or something, I can lure guys into this, seal it, so I trap them in here, and then we flood it when they're trapped. And it's pretty brutal, but that's the plan for that. So that's the big thing I've been working on. It's taken a lot of time, but I just expanded it earlier, so I'm really excited to give it another try once we fill it back up. So we're gonna go a little bit longer. All right, so the snow is gone because we're in spring. We're waiting on the thaw to happen. We're gonna try and fill that thing up. It might take a while. We're gonna try to fill that thing up and test it before I wrap up today. So I have to go a little bit extra, I think, but I'm okay with doing that. Let's request the broker so we can try trading with the elves. Hammerlord grew attached to a steel crossbow. Cool. I've actually been really excited about going to the barber all week. And that's a weird thing to say, but I go once a month. I go to like a bougie, expensive, nice barber. So I just go once a month. And I go the first Friday of every month. So sometimes that it actually ends up being 5 weeks. And this is one of those 5-week months. It's like, yo, I need to go, I need to be fresh. I need to be fresh. Alright, so we got all the items. Come on, one more. Alright, we got all our items. Let's sell them some stuff, maybe. Depends on if they have anything I want to buy. They have a grizzly bear, a tame grizzly bear in there. There's so many animals, so many different things in this game. So far, I'm probably just gonna get food. I don't think they're gonna have anything else I want. They have some gloves and stuff. We'll take gloves and mittens. There's no way they have steel. So elves have this thing where they hate... If you make stuff with wood, they get really mad. If you cut down trees, even on your own land, they get mad, right? But if you sell them stuff made out of wood, they like really don't like it. But they grow and they make all this wooden stuff that you can buy from them, which is kind of interesting. But they're kind of known, like, they're... People in the community generally don't like them. Because the elves will just show up and they'll be like, yo, you know, you cut down too many trees, we're gonna go to war with you now, we're just gonna attack you. It's like, are you serious? Like, you just, okay. That's what you want. I see you are low. Oh. No, we can't sell the... Okay. They won't even take bone stuff. Well, that sucks. Unmark all. I thought they would take... Oh, are they leaving? Did I offend them? I think I offended them. Yeah, they said, I see your race still revels in death. I thought they would take bone. I knew they wouldn't take wood. How do I move stuff out of here? Oh, that's fine. Alright, let's let some time pass. I want to get this thing filling. Oh no, a rooster? What happened to the rooster? Why did it die? We're gonna make a bridge. We're gonna make another bridge. Because I want to be able to seal this thing off, and I never got around to doing it. The Queen mandated construction of... nothing shows up, but we still need a traction bench. Did I make that? Okay, it's queued up. It is queued up and ready to go. I like our little windmills. They're fun. Is this where we're frozen? Yeah, frozen here. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, we're about to go into mid-spring. Yeah, there are no merchants trading right now. I think they really got mad. He was interested, remembering a fine bridge. They really like that bridge. Who did I talk to earlier? She felt empathy discussing an acquaintance's problems. See, the hardest thing for me is when you look at like, okay, not you, maybe you, no. We gotta find the right one. Maybe one of these rabbits. If you find some of the animals, it'll be like, she felt love after gaining a sibling. It's so wholesome. Here's one. It's not exactly the same, but she felt adoration after giving birth to a girl. She was blissful after becoming a parent. That's so wholesome. It's a rabbit. It's literally just a rabbit. It has these thoughts and stuff. And it's why I have a hard time like killing them or anything. I don't want to. Makes me feel bad. Hey, it's all good. No, I understand it's late over there. Thanks for dropping in. Hope you have a good one tomorrow. Or, I guess today in your time. I hope you have a good day. Take it easy. I'm basically gonna just, I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna vibe for a little bit. And like I said, I'm gonna let my machine fill up with water, and I'm gonna test it out, and then I'm gonna go because I'm tired. I'm very tired. Yeah, good night to you. Good night. Is there? Oh no, I thought I saw something in there. Oh no. That's why that... Oh, that's a lot of marble blocks. We want those. We do want those. I'm gonna kick some of that music on. It's quiet. You're gonna make me start DJing over here? So there's actually a way to change the frequency of the music in the options. I just haven't done it. Sazzlerar, what did you request? 2 traction benches. What is your deal with stupid traction benches? I don't get it. Oh, by the way, if you are still there by any chance, I know the time zone difference is difficult. I do much earlier streams on Saturday and Sunday. I do some at 10 a.m. my time on Saturday and Sunday, and then I do late streams as well on those days. Okay, we've got the thaw happening. That's what I've been waiting on. Okay, we're at all 7s. We can just start filling this thing. Yeah, so I do 10 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, and then I go for about 4 hours, and then I take about a 4-hour break, and then I come back later. Oh wait, we should save filling the machine, just in case I've made a mistake, before it all goes horribly wrong. I don't want it to go horribly wrong. Not today. All right, what are we looking at here? Lots of 7s. Oh, that didn't unfreeze yet. That would explain the 7s. Okay, where's the leaking? It did go horribly wrong, but how and why? Here? Is it a pressure thing? That should be completely covered. I think it's literally like forcing itself through the wall or something. I have no idea what's happening there. Okay, we're gonna load. Continue active. I have an idea to maybe help that out. It's another expansion on the water that I have here. What I'm thinking is, what if I dig a little trench? What if I dig a little trench? Basically over to there. It's actually not hard to get to. Oh. Why is that the way it is? Why do I have my floodgate down? That's not good. We're never going to get a well that way. Alright, I just need to get them down there, which is a problem. They can cut through that. Oh no, they just can't get there at all. Of course. Now they can. All right, I need them to hurry. Or maybe not. It's going to be risky. Oh, it's going to be very risky. If I pop that, that water may hurt one of my miners. But I think I want to do it. Let's dump that. We need to get some water going through. I think we'll be safe to do this dig. Damp. Go for it anyway. There's no reason it should leak down here. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe it got pressurized down here and it's... I don't understand. This happened before though, where I was like, wait, how did more water get down here? It's fine. And then when we're running it, it's not. That's the only opening. It can only go in 2 spots there, which are right here. This is all... maybe clay... oh! That's it, isn't it? Clay allows... it's a soil. Soils allow water through. That's how aquifers work. I believe. See, I figure it out. It's going to take a while to populate the well. So this may be unnecessary. But I think it was a pressure thing pushing it through the soil. That's my best guess. That is my best guess. Alright, we need to be here to babysit this. They're going to cancel this. Turn back, do it. They're going to cancel that too. They're going to cancel like all of this. I'm going to be annoyed. Yeah, they're going to cancel so much. It's going to be a pain getting through this. The only other option is to fill this in, which I do want to do, but I can't until it's frozen again. I think if I just filled these an upward stairway, if I went in here and dug all of this, put walls, we could have a stairway from here going in and floors and make sure there's no sand. I think that would work. The last one. All right, how are we looking on the freeze? I don't see any ice, but I do see ice over here. But we can't do it too early. All right. Nope, you want to do that. We get multiple dudes on it now at least. Oof. I hate having to babysit digs like this. There really should be a dig anyway. I don't care about the water. Like a, I know what I'm doing, don't ignore this. I'd like that. Steel crossbow, I like that. Now we can keep them a little more busy. Well, sort of. Oh, man. I still want to commit to this, because why not? But it's really not useful. I also think I might want to put a wall right here. I think that'll prevent the water from coming this way. Oh, wait. They're doing more of this than I expected. Way better than I expected right here, at least. Now it's going to get worse. Someone's requesting something. They're mandating something. Come on, guys. Work together. At least we can do two at a time here. All right. Almost done. Oh, it's a ban, not even a regular mandate. Super don't care. Steel crossbow, I like it. I'm not gonna let that slip by. You're gonna get all these tiles. Ooh, gems. Well, if anyone wants to come get them, now's your shot. Your one shot. Don't got a lot of time. This is gonna be dangerous. We'll wait a little bit. Yeah, I think that stopped the water from there. Bit like an airlock almost. I'll let them grab what they want. And should be good. Yeah, I see water. All right. Save and continue. Welcome to the machine. Let's go. Beautiful. Pull the lever. Do it. Do not flood down here either, please. They hauled off the gems pretty quickly. I like that. All right, Mr. Miner. Someone come take it. Do I really want to? Yet another way. I'll hold off for a little bit. Just a little bit. You could see how much shallower it's getting right there, as usual. Bunch of mist. It's working as planned. So far, no issues, right? It's all sealed up. It's been half an hour. Do it. I can always seal it up later. This will be fun to watch, by the way. There's a lot of 7s in there, and it might be kind of pressurized. Maybe not, but could be bad for this miner. I'm very serious. This could be very bad for the miner. Maybe shouldn't have done that. I mean, they'll cancel. But let me cancel it. Here we go. You are a legendary miner. I really hope you don't die. Never lose yourself in loyalty. You know what is best for yourself. You're drowsy. I bet this will wake your ass up. Okay, no, he's good. It wasn't bad. I was worried about it, that it'd slam him into the wall. It didn't come out as fast as I thought it would. Okay, we're getting somewhere on some of these. Oh, wait, Matt. You could say steel right here. Can't do it on that. That's not steel. But I can't do matte or color. Odd. Now the reason I wanted to just go ahead and do this is because if this thing backs up here, I don't want to worry about it flooding down there. Hopefully that'll stop it. So again, what's happening here is water loses its pressure as it flows, which makes sense. But then up here, it comes in fully pressurized, and these screw pumps are going to keep it that way. So we need some time to fill this up, and this, and this. Oh man, it is a little overboard, a little overkill. Unfortunately, that's going to completely dry the brook once again. But we could refill it by dumping onto the map. That's probably... Look at the mini-map right now. Look at the zigzag blue line going through showing the brook, right? That's going to be gone in a matter of minutes. What we're going to see is downstream, down here, tiles like this will start to dry. Okay, that one's not, but tiles will start to dry up. We have 2s, we have 1s down here. The 1s are going to start drying up. It's going to keep going and going and going. It's going to be pretty bad. We opened up the river, underground river. Let's pull that again because it should have enough down here now to keep it running for a bit. Yeah, we've already filled our well and everything, so I'm happy. So basically our well is full. We go up to the first well, it should say that it's in use. The bucket is full, so that's working again. And that would probably last through the winter now, because we're not draining the well. So now this will allow more sevens to make their way downstream. Which will allow this to fill faster. I'm going to just pause here momentarily, or not pause, but just leave us here momentarily while this is filling. I'm going to go blow my nose. I'll be right back. So how long do we think this is going to take? We're about halfway done, a little over halfway done with this Z level. Oh no. A kitten adopted someone. You know what that means. Can't really do anything with that kitten anymore. Let's mark anything that we can. It's a lot of alpacas. Dude, I hate doing this so much. I'm serious. Some rabbit somewhere earlier, as we saw, was really excited about becoming a parent. How many male cats do we have? Or female? I think male. We have a lot of them. Geld some of them, just do it. Cut their balls off. We can't butcher them, but we can stop them from reproducing so much. I guess we can't request it anymore, but we should try to get a capybara. That would be awesome. All right, lots and lots of dogs. Must have been a lot of puppies that grew up. That's a lot of kittens. Look at that, that's so many. Piglet, I'm not doing that. I don't have the heart to do that to like a piglet or a puppy. I'm gonna mix them up. Keep a couple of those. All right, have fun, I guess. The one thing I hate is that this could have been filling that whole time, but I was also realizing we got a lot of them. We got a lot of animals. We need to make sure that doesn't get out of control. I've never seen the gelding happen before. I know they can get hurt doing it. The better they are at gelding, the less likely they'll get hurt. Actually, how's the river flow? The brook flow? Okay, good. Sevens are getting up here now. Well, that's probably about as close as they'll get. Right about here. Let's find out. Because it's really being pulled down here very quickly. They don't have a chance to get much closer. Where's that at? Oh, yeah, they're still working on all this. I guess I did give them a lot to dig, didn't I? Well, we're doing okay. Lots of sevens up here. That's pretty cool to see. And then this is working at about maximum efficiency as for what it can do. If this fills up with sevens, I have an idea. I think if pressure gets high enough, water can go up Z levels, right? I might be wrong. I was looking at it earlier when someone in the YouTube comments mentioned the pressure. And I think that's what I understand, is that it can go up Z levels, but it has to be due to pressure. Well, I think if this becomes all sevens all the way to the end and this thing is still pushing, it might actually pop some water up here and fill up to the back. If we ever see that, we'll know it's super pressurized, I would guess. We'll probably see that all the way through the tower. And then that's probably why at a point it was shoving through the soil here, because it was frozen and it was trying to push water. It's like, dude, we have nowhere to go. The soil was the place it could go, right? That's my guess. The stray alpaca has been slaughtered. What are y'all fighting? Are y'all falling down the stairs? Hopefully they put that meat up in time, but I think we'll be okay. I have over 10,000 food. That reminded me, I wanted to take care of the kitchens. Give them an output, a quantum output for food. I have a lot of tallow. A lot of tallow. We'll try to remember to do that later. I don't feel like it right now. Just feel like watching this happen. Oh, the cat is fighting from being gelded, right? Maybe. We have some cats. Oh yeah, they have X's around them, so they've been gelded. A dog. A billy goat. Another cat. Stop hurting my frame rate. I hate doing this to you guys. The good old cat explosion. Alright, we should start having some ones dance around up here in a moment. Because until they run across a 6 here, they'll float on top of the 7s. Yeah, like right now. Yeah, see? Not a lot of sixes left. Oh, no, it doesn't work like that. You basically have to have all sevens. I think it does more simulation than I realized. And now we got the ones up here. It's working. We get a couple twos, they'll spread out. Let me respond to something while we're waiting. Just chilling, vibing. Alright, done vibing almost all ones. It's beautiful. I was really responding to something I got earlier. Billy Goat is fighting fish cleaner. They geld down here, don't they? We missed it. I thought they might do it at the butcher shop. Wait, did it say bauxite? Striking bauxite was worthy of a message? Or was that not what it said? I just kind of dismissed it, and now we don't know. See, I love... Okay, you hear that music? I was kind of letting it play and just, again, vibing, but you hear that? It like, builds up, and it starts kind of going somewhere, and then it abruptly cuts. That's actually brilliant. I love it. We're still in the same song right now. See? We're getting that same feel coming back. This is, Strike the Earth? Yeah, Strike the Earth. We're getting some threes dancing around now. Almost all twos. Saw a four dancing around. Enough threes hanging out near the entryway. You know what would be, you know what's a little amusing? It would have actually taken, we'd have to math this out, I think, but I think it would have taken fewer stone to make this just a big old square. But I think this is more interesting and appealing than a big old square. The funnel shape, right? Because if we think about the size of these walls Actually, no, I'm stupid. I was thinking about the ramps, but we still have to put that many walls on each one, too. The question... Well, no. I think it might be. Because this basically... It's almost like another set of walls, the ramps, right? See that cut off? But now the music's still going in the background. Last time it went to silence, this time the music kept going. I love it. Yeah, I think so. I mean, let's imagine it's 20 by 20, then this is 19 by 19 of ramps. So it's really rounding. I know, bad errors, but it's really like two 20 by 20s, right? So it's really like about 800 just to do the ramps and the walls. So if you could say instead of 800, let's say you needed, am I doing that right? No, I'm doing squared. My bad. So if it's 20 and 20, that's 40. And then that's 18 and 18. I'm bad. See, I'm bad at this. So it's just shy. It's what, 76? And then just slight rounding errors, but then that'd be another 76 for ramps. So then what you have to figure out is, as we decrease, does it eventually become more cost efficient over the long... Like, do we save enough as we get to these smaller sections that it would have been cheaper doing it this way versus just a big ol' square at the max size, a big ol' rectangle. All the way down with no ramps, just an open pit. That would be harder to build. I'm not wanting to build that. Again, I think the funnel is more interesting. It's a little hard to tell it's a funnel when it's full of water, but it looks really cool when it's empty. Or we can see a few levels of it at once. Alright, you keep requesting stuff, and every time I go in... Okay, the last few times there's been nothing here. Also, I want to go into the options. Average seconds between tracks / interludes. Alright, that's the best we're going to get. I was going to do 120. Get 2 minutes in there, but... That's a bit of a shorter... wait. I like that. I really like the music. I want to hear it. I can appreciate the silence. I think it's a little bit awkward on the stream. I don't mind it playing on my own. Right now, if I just sit here and I just watch this fill, I know it's not the most exciting content, but if I just watch this fill and there's no music or anything and I'm not talking... You see what I'm saying? It's very, very, very quiet. Some of those dogs have been slaughtered. We got some rumors. Lots of masterpiece crafts out of all these bones. I think we're doing okay. I mean, 21 FPS is not as good as it was earlier, but it's probably due to all the water. Dwarf Beast Hunter Necromancer is visiting. Dagal something. Oh, let me guess. Let me guess, don't tell me. You're gonna head over to the... Oh wait, you're leaving? What the hell's your problem, bro? He saw what I'm building. He's like, I'm getting out of here. This is going to be bad. Oh, that reminds me. I built some bridges. BML for lever. Select material after placement. We'll do that one. And we'll have them link these up to seal the false entrance. That's going to be our option going forward. Trap things in there. Lots of fun. I like it. Hope you guys aren't like too frightened at what's going on up here. Some of those cats might be. Am I gonna have to like trauma? Am I going to have to take out some kittens and puppies or something? Because there's so many. What's gonna happen is the moment I don't notice when one grows up, it's going to mature. And it's going to start banging. And we're gonna have more. Like, I don't want to stop the population. I want to always have some around, sure, but need to be careful. All right, we are almost done with the second layer that we added today. 5 hours in. It's a little bit late for me. Local time is 21:59. In about 40 seconds, it'll be 22. I'm actually really accurate because I was sitting here and I hit start right at 17. Like on the second. So because I can see my stream duration, I know. But I'm willing to push because I want to see this. We're so high up from this layer that we can barely see the tops of trees. Let's count. One, actually from the top of it, not inside, from the top of it, we can, this is what we see. 1, 2, and we don't even see the trees anymore. See some mosquitoes or something. Some bees, mosquitoes. All right, let's get those 7s in. Come on, let's do it. 7 zip up in here. Have any random holes in the ground? Because I swear we have those all the time. I should really remove all these old bedrooms. We have enough bedrooms elsewhere. And we have better bedrooms. I said a long time ago that I wanted to remove these and I never did. We can reclaim this for something else. We could plant here. We can carve this out. We can just open this up. Alright, y'all, go find new bedrooms. Enjoy. Got a couple wrestlers over there sparring. We're actually maintaining, as long as we don't have the underground river. As long as it's not doing anything, we're fine. Super pressurized, I imagine. Wouldn't want to open that door. Good thing it's forbidden. I find this interesting. We have enough to keep kind of pumping through. We're maintaining 7s here. So this is still turning, but this is very shallow. Surprisingly shallow. We're still draining off the map, but whatever. All right, how are we looking? All sevens, beautiful. Last layer. Let's go. Next, we do this with magma. Spicy boy. I'd have to think about what to call that. Diluvian machine's a pretty cool name. It's got to be a cool name like that. It can't just be like... the hell... the hell furnace or something. It can't... I don't know, that's too simple. It's not really a furnace. The Vesuvius machine or something. No. Yeah, I'd have to think about it. Yo, that would just wreck the entire map. Actually, oh, I forgot they're adding a creative mode. I would totally build something in creative mode and then reclaim it or something. So I could start a map with something like this. I know that's kind of... some people call that cheating, but I wouldn't mind. I could just build one like that and then test it. Not having to worry about the logic of getting the magma up there. We are in summer, which is fine. We actually filled these layers pretty quickly, especially once I remembered to close off the underground river again. I'm at the max sea level here, 67. What is this? 59, so we can't even go that much higher if we wanted. We have reached the limit. But now, if I wanted to go higher, I would actually have to redo these screw pumps. Because I wouldn't want them to be... I wouldn't want to be pulling from in here. We'd end up in a feedback loop as well. It wouldn't work very nice. We want to make sure all the pumping happens to the right of this wall. So then we have to move over a couple, because this could be an opening on the left, and then we'd have an opening over here on the right. We go back and forth. Was there not a way to share? Let's see. Let me look at these. We pump this to the right. Then up above, they pull from that way. But what if I had put pump to the right? No, that wouldn't work. Yeah. I don't think you can just put it straight up on one gear assembly. Although I think there is a better way to share than what I did. Better way to share the power. And these windmills are putting in a lot more work than I expected. I gotta be honest. Getting some threes up there. A lot of twos throughout this upper corner as it's working its way towards the bottom left. Is this it? I'll know in a moment. I think it is. Yep. No, this is... It's Mountain Home? I think? I don't think it's Expansive Cavern. I'm struggling right now. I'm tired, okay? It might be. It's throwing me off. I'm waiting for another part of the song. Alright, basically all twos now. What do you want? Queen. One crown. Yeah, it is expensive. Yeah, at first I was like, it is. Then I was like, wait a minute. And I'm like, no, it is. This is always where I start to recognize it. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is it. It's the next part of the song that always catches my attention the most. Right there. So good. All right. We're actually not far off from all threes, are we? So we probably have more threes than twos now. But it's still kind of sparse. I think next winter I'm gonna go down and seal in those gears, get rid of the soil, put in a bunch of stone, block it off. I think that's what was happening, like I already mentioned, but then I could leave this thing pumping all the time, and it won't drain the brook at a point, because it'll just fill up and then we won't have any leaks. I like the way they move, and they all move in like the same directions, and I bet I understand why that's happening. There are probably some shortcuts in the way that the algorithm works. It's not actual real fluid dynamics, but it's an approximation of them, right? Or fluid mechanics, whatever you want to call it. It's an approximation. So what do I mean by that? I mean, what's probably happening is, my guess is, all right, so is there a way I can draw? I want to keep watching this, but as we talk about it. So imagine we have a few tiles here. We can engrave on them. They won't even be able to get up here by the time I do it. So imagine we have, this is our water right here. We'll actually just pause. And we have some here. We have some here. And we have one up here. So this is like, imagine this is from the side. You know, this is 2D. This is like Sonic or something, right? You're looking from the side, not above. So what you would do is a very simple algorithm that would be like kind of a cellular automata based rule set is take this top one here and you would ask, well, where can I move? I want to move down, and you'll just pick, maybe you'll pick randomly, or you'll just always pick left first. And it's like, well, I can't actually go down and left. Okay, then what about, well, maybe you even just check down. You'll check down first. And if down is blocked, what about down and left? That's blocked. What about down and right? Again, you might go in order for left. You'd probably want to always go straight down because gravity. But as for the left, unless you have like a momentum or something going on as well. But let's ignore that. Basic rules. Go straight down. If you can't go down and left, If you can't, go down and right. Or maybe randomly pick between left and right for more dynamic, right? So then you'll do that. Okay, we could go down and right. So now we have this set up. And we have to do that for everything. So what would actually happen is we would basically say, this is what we're going to look like next. Basically planning our next state. So we know this one's going to go down and to the right in the next state. Now we have to do the same for this. But it can't go down. It can't go down left. It can't go down right. So maybe it just tries to move left or right. Well, they can't both move into the same place, so we run into a problem there. This one, though, could move left. So now you'll end up with this one going over here, and this one going over here. I don't know if I'm making sense, but now we've had water flow down a little bit, right? And then these, maybe they moved a tiny bit or something. We'll just pretend they stayed there. But now in the next state, this one can go down here, this one can go down here, and we end up with this like illusion of flowing water, right? And then next, we could have one go down here and here, and we end up with something more like this. And in the next state, we could have, once again, just imagining things are spreading out, and we end up, see what I'm saying? So I know this is like a big, like, what am I even doing? Why am I even talking about this? We could have already been done. But what I'm saying is it's probably something kind of like that in the game. And the reason they all move right at the same time and up at the same time and down, and they all seem to do something similar. So there's two thoughts I have. One of them is it actually is simulating some kind of motion throughout the entire body. It is Dwarf Fortress. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that. My real guess is that there's probably some kind of timer, if you will, running in the background. And it's a way to just, not even a timer, like if the game is just keeping track of its ticks, which is a common practice, between ticks that, between some range of ticks move up, between some range of ticks move left, between some range of ticks move right, etc. Because look, they're all doing it. They're all doing it. So basically every time the game does a loop through the main game loop, you increment the tick counter, the game tick counter, and then there's some range. So let's say throughout 100 ticks, throughout every 100 ticks, for the first 20 ticks you move left, for the next 20 you move up, right? That's the idea that I'm trying to get at here. That's probably what's happening. That's why they all tend to behave the same way. And then that's a way that also gets it to even out over time, right? Now, we don't quite see that as much right now with like all the fives and everything, but I think a lot of that behavior is still kind of happening. But the way that this spreads out is, I think, a little bit different. I think right now, just the way they interact doesn't allow us to see the algorithm as much. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling. I do that, though. I do it because I'm passionate about the topic. I'm interested as a programmer. I've seen that it's been there for a while, by the way. As a programmer, I'm interested in, how these things may or may not be done. Different ways we can approach this. So we're at the top of the water layer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers of water. And then that's another 1, 2, 3 to the surface. So that's quite a lot. Very tall. This definitely is a mega structure if I've ever seen one. Can't fully appreciate it on the mini map because as we zoom up, we don't even see anything else. But we can't appreciate how large it is on the mini map. I guess it is quite large. All right, we've got all 5s essentially, so 6s are flowing in. A couple 7s are dancing around near the entrance. Not much. Yeah, so basically as a 6 comes in contact with a 4, becomes a 5, right? It spreads out. As a 7 comes in contact with a 5, it becomes a 6. Because a 7 coming in contact with a 6, it just moves the 7. You don't really have any new water. Like, you don't really gain anything new yet. I don't know if that makes sense either. We're already making goblets. Dude, you did not request anything, lady. Native platinum. I think we're digging that out. Bauxite? Yeah. Lots of new bauxite to play with. Calcite. Steel bars. And pig iron. More jet. You know, I like that. It's good stuff. Limonite is just iron, yeah. All right, now just dump those 7s in. Last 5. Come on, go right. Up, he almost got eaten. I mean, the 7s will go eat him over time. All right. Let's get these 7s in here. We're almost 5.5 hours in now, but it couldn't be helped. We'll be ready by midsummer. I see no reason we won't. Oh yeah, look at the minimap again. We're not even really seeing the brook much anymore. We're still keeping the 7s here. It just shuts it off after this point, where you just keep it dry. Hob Woman Skins? What a name. I guess you can stay here. What a name. Got a rumor from abroad. Pole lever. Let's keep our underground river flowing. Paul has been re-elected. I'm glad, but I'm not. I mean, I don't want it to be someone worse, but they annoy me. They're the one I appointed all that time ago, too. People really like them. Alright. Let's see if this just immediately fills up with water back here. Who is it? A bone. It's another coal, but it's not the same one. Possessed. Alright. So see, these 7s are going to go to the left here. I think they will. as this thing just fills up more. Or are we going to start leaking down here? Not yet. I assume this thing is... Oh no, they're going. I think it is filling up more. It's going to take a little bit of time. These 7s are going to work their way over here. It's going to put more pressure this way, I believe. Oh yeah. Perfect. This is pretty much done. So this is still trying to pump water in. That's what we have to keep in mind. This should eventually fill up. At capacity. So this should eventually fill up if we wait a little bit. The brook should like, that's what I'm hoping. Everything will just fill up. There'll be nowhere else to put water. The brook will normalize, maybe. I want it to. Or it's gonna spray water down below like a squirt gun. It's gonna be pressurized. I want to see these turn to 7s. I think it might take a little while to get that to happen. Oh, we're having a hard time maintaining that now. Oh, because I reopened that, of course. Alright, let's pull that one more time. Let's let the flow normalize again. I messed up. We got some more water to help the river out, though. Quick as it may have been. All right. Is this guy just sitting here? No, you're doing stuff. An elite wrestler, cool. These things are freaking out. Terrified while in conflict. You're not even being hurt. You're okay. Alright, we're getting more flow back. That's what I wanted. Let's see if we can get this thing to, like, really get stopped up. I want this thing all 7s through the tower. I think as long as we keep putting water, it will happen. We have like 3s here. I think occasionally we drop some water down. We need enough water coming in. Which this is the only way we're going to get it. Yeah, I don't know. 7 hanging out here. We saw that earlier. That's not new, actually. Maybe it's just... Maybe this is what we get. Yeah, maybe that's it. So let's give this thing another test run, okay? Because I don't think much else is going to happen. Maybe if we let the brook fill back up. So here's what we're going to do. Testing again. We're going to do it while it's still on, and we're going to do it when it's off, and just kind of compare the two. I think it'll be a fun comparison. Alrighty. Let's have someone open up the map flutter. We're going to be zoomed out a little bit this time. And once I see someone going up there, pause, come this way. And how do we want to look at it? Do I want to be on this view or just be on the... We'll just be on the surface view. Let's go. Watch the minimap, watch the main screen. Okay. There's a lot of sevens up here. Still. The sevens are all the way back to our pump stack. We're refilling the brook. We've not made it to the false entrance, though. There are still sevens pouring out. There were still sevens pouring out. That is a lot of water. And yeah, we legitimately are refilling the brook by doing that. We made a new little body of water down here, it looks like. Okay. So, yeah. It's a lot of water. And we're still sucking the water back in, which is probably why there were still sevens pouring out. Well, not now. Very interesting. And we still have sevens all up here on the map. So we have basically covered almost a quadrant of the map. I mean, if we let this spread out, I think we would. Pretty impressive. They begin a construction. I don't want to spoil what that is, so let's quit without saving. Let's continue active game. I need to delete some of these saves. Testing machine again. Let's shut off the screw pumps. Now, I was wondering if something would not be a good idea. How do you pressurize water in real life? If you have a hose, what's one way that you can pressurize the water? You put your finger over the end of the hose, right? And then you give it less room. You give it less room for the water to escape, but the same amount of water has to come out, so it pressurizes and it becomes faster, right? You make the little jet of water. What if my bridge for the map flutter is too wide? What if instead it should just be a single tile? But will the game take that into account? Will it say, oh, we need to get as much water out as quickly, or would it just be slower? Would it actually be faster to have a wider bridge, in other words? I have no idea. We look here. Lots of 7s. Still draining, but okay, we're losing the 7s now a bit. It's just an exact shape of the bridge right here. I think the brook is full again. Oh, look, it's rushing. I love it. So much of the water's draining in there. I love it. All right, I don't think I'm going to expand it anymore. I may think about some of those changes with making it a smaller exit. But we can only do that in the winter. We would have to go down there and dig ramps through the ice. We could cut through the side, but we already have a way to the top, so I'd probably just burrow in from the top, dig down through the ice, and replace the bridge with a smaller one. It's doable. Be a pain. I mean, not really, but it'd be a pain just because we'd have to get back to the spring to see if it even is worth it. And if it's not, well, then what? To be fair, I don't know that I ever really want to use the map flutter in a real scenario. It's more of a goofy, fun scenario, right? All right, we've worn down all the 7s, I think. We've covered, again, like a quadrant of the map. So it doesn't really seem to matter whether it's on or off. Although we have a flowing brook again now. I'm looking at the minimap and you can see it filling in too. It's pretty cool. As we can see it filling in here. Alrighty. So that's it. Quit without saving. Quit. Continue active. I'm going to go in here and make sure our river and stuff is activated so I don't forget that next time and we dehydrate and have a bad time. But aside from that, we are done. I went way over, but it was worth it. We expanded the machine. We did a little bit of prep for combat, I guess. We set up a new start for a squad, but we didn't actually do much. I could go ahead and do the armor stands. And what do I have over here? Chest and then cabinet. BFN is cabinet. Oh, that's what threw me off. I don't have chests everywhere. That's what was throwing me off. I was looking at the corner and I was like, I don't have chests everywhere. Okay. So we have a spot for a squad. I will actually leave the save off here so that we don't forget. It'll be a few days until next time, unless I do an offline thing. But good fun today. Good fun indeed. 2 traction benches, I got you. I don't want to think about it next time. Alrighty, so thank you to anyone who showed up today, whether you were lurking or chatting. We had some good chats going on and stuff today. Really appreciate it. If you're if you're watching this and you like Dwarf Fortress, you can hit that follow button and leave that notification bell on to see when I go live. I play all kinds of games. Some of the things I'm doing right now, I just wrapped up Stars from the Divine Force. Going to be starting something very different on Saturday. I also am currently doing Caves of Cud. I do Genshin every Sunday, and I do programming streams Monday and Wednesday. You can also head on over to YouTube, where the streams go up 2 weeks after they're live here on Twitch. And while you're over there, do all that fun YouTube stuff. Also, if you're watching this in the future on YouTube, congrats on being in the future. Like, subscribe, notification bell, leave a comment. I do read and respond to my comments, so I really appreciate them for sure. And lastly, if you do want to know when I go live and you don't trust Twitch notifications, I've had people complain in the past, follow me on Twitter and turn the notifications on there, and that should help. But that is the outro. I was kind of hoping we would get the construction. I might just stall until we do. You've grown attached to a steel I almost said spear shield, but that's good. I like that one. Update equipment. Hopefully everyone gets better stuff. And they'll all figure it out over time, right? We're still forging all kinds of fun things. All right. So yeah, we'll keep stalling for a moment. We have our well working again. And it's much more complicated than it needed to be because I tried to be fancy and it didn't work. There we are. The Bone Carver has created Sedal Cephal, Nugumrash Taguz, a goat bone scepter. Let's take a look at it and wrap with this. It's encrusted with rectangular microline cabocons, decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of goat bone, round gypsum cabocons, and pear-cut sards. This object menaces with spikes of dog leather. On the item is an image of cherry trees in prass. On the item is an image of jackal men in peachwood. It's not even worth all that much. Alrighty. Where was I going to leave us off? Down here, yeah. So I remember, and we will be turning into Amazon fairly soon, so I would like to get this squad set up. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I would like to get this squad set up and at least training before we do that. But I will maybe have them on next session is what I'm thinking. Like during the session, we'll turn them on. We'll go about 2 hours and then turn them on for the next 2 and see what happens, right? Should be a lot of fun. With any luck, we'll actually have water. I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say. With any luck, we'll actually have water because we do have a little freezing problem, don't we, in the winter. Will this ever stop? I don't think it will. Where does the excess water go? We need to shut off the fill. All right. So thank you again for everyone who was here hanging out again, chatting or lurking. Always appreciated. Until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job.